all-important final of the Brac Epl Stock Brokerage Ltd Corporate Amateur Bank Tournament 2025.
Hello.
Welcome all along to the all-important final of the Brac Epl Stock Brokerage Ltd Corporate Amateur Cricket Tournament 2025-26. The final is set to be played between DHAKA Bank PLC and DHAKA All Stars. In the semi-finals, DHAKA Bank defeated Bangladesh Army. They won by 17 runs, and in the other semi-final, DHAKA All Stars, they won against Cadets 11 by 49 runs. In a few moments, we will go pitch side for the pitch report by Ahmed bin Parvez.
I probably should have taken my shades on because as you can see, it is the last day of January, but the sun is beating pretty loud. It was cold in the morning and we're here at the center to have a look at the pitch. The sun is beating down, which is a good news, and the pitch seems to be very well rolled out. If you can just have a closer look at what the pitch looks like, there are instances of dry and some live grass rolled on pretty nicely, and this has bound those cracks very, very nicely. If you could just have a look at the texture, just giving you an idea of how solid the pitch looks like. And of course, in a situation where the batters would like to evade the early moisture and try to survive the early part of the game where the new ball might do some talking, the well-rolled grass and the solid nature of the wicket gives it a situation where the batting side would feel they can post a good total. We've seen in the history of the DHAKA tournament so far that the teams batting first were able to score some good runs and were able to defend it later on because the wicket starts to help the spinners at the later phase of the game. But with the sun out, I think the moisture won't play a big role as it used to be just maybe a couple of weeks ago. But I have a good feeling that it is a very good batting wicket, and the team winning the toss might actually want to go and bat first. So let's see what happens at the toss. For the time being, looks like a belter of a pitch.
From Ahmed bin Parvez, as far as the pitch is concerned, yeah, it does look like a very good batting track. There is a bit of moisture, as he mentioned, and the sun is beating out, so that moisture should dissipate as the day progresses. Should be a cracker of a final. And speaking of this cracker of a final, we should go down in the middle where Shajjat Udash is ready with the two captains and the match referee for the toss.
With the match referee, Mr. S.M. Manzoor Rashid Kanchan, and both captains, we all are in readiness for the all-important toss before the final. We have both captains, as I said, Russell Ahmed Khan from DHAKA Bank, and of course, Nazmul Arif Pallab from DHAKA All Stars. So we are going to flip the coin, gentlemen. I believe, Russell, you have the coin. So let's go. Head is the call.
This is tail.
Tail it is. So Russell, you have won the toss, and what is your decision and why?
We would like to bat first.
Any particular reason for batting first?
This is a final match, you know well, and pressure is always comes from final match, and where our batsmen are ready to flip the knock, so we want to participate in batting first, obviously, and there is a change of Tariq Rana include our as a
And what is the target you want to set for the opposition?
nice weather, and outfield is so good, and we want to score 250 at least.
Thank you so much, Russell, and all the best.
Thank you, sir.
So Pallab, hard luck. You have lost the toss, but definitely you are eyeing for a win in the match.
Of course, I would not mind if I had won the toss. I have choose ball first.
Okay, fine. So you got what you wanted. So what the combination you got for the final?
I have two changes. I have some pace bowler included and some one spinner additionally included in the team. Uh,
Russell said he wants to score 250 or above. So what is your target to restrict the opposition?
180.
Okay, thank you so much, Paulo, for talking to us. All the best for the game. So the news is Dhaka Bank PLC, they have won the toss and they want to hit it out of the park.
Says Shadjad, and that's exactly what Dhaka Bank PLC will be looking to do, as they've won the toss and decided to wield their willow, score as many runs as possible in the first innings. They're thinking of 250 being a good total in this 40 overs a side match. DHAKA All-Stars, on the other hand, they don't mind bowling. With the early moisture, they might want to take advantage of that, but as the day progresses, that moisture will go away, as Ahmed bin Parvez mentioned in the pitch report, and the players are getting ready for the first delivery, as I am joined alongside Ahmed bin Parvez. And as he gets ready, having his early morning breakfast as well, finishing up as the players get ready, as do the umpires. Brilliant weather for a 40 overs a side match. Just keep in mind that Dhaka Bank PLC, they defeated Bangladesh Army in the first semi-final. Over there, Tushar Ahmed, the opener, was the player of the match, scored 52 from 62. Batting first, Bangladesh Bank, they scored 211. They were all out in 39 overs, and in the reply, Bangladesh Army, they were all out for 194 in 37.4 overs. In the other semi-final, DHAKA All-Stars, they came out victorious by a massive margin of 49 runs against Cadet 11, where Shahriar Rahman, he was the top scorer, 57 from just 52 deliveries, and they managed to put up a very good score of 256 for 8 in their 40 overs. And in reply, DHAKA, they restricted Cadets 11 to just 207 runs, and they could only bat for 37 overs. So this brings us to the all-important final. The team with all-stars in it, DHAKA's all-star team, they will be facing DHAKA Bank, and DHAKA will want to get off to a good start with the bat. They will want to put pressure, seeing the way things are going as far as DHAKA Bank are concerned. They've seen that DHAKA All-Stars have a very strong batting lineup. So they'll want to post something in and around that 250 mark. Just a quick note on the match officials. The match referee is SM Manzoor Rashid. The two on-field umpires are Tanvir Ahmed and Sajidul Islam. The reserve umpire Shah Alam. Official scorer Muhammad Habibullah, and online is Nishad. So it's a team effort, just like it is in cricket. For both teams, it is a team effort on and off the field. As far as the match officials are concerned, not a one-man job. And certainly, the team that puts the best foot forward, that works together as a unit, will be able to grab the glory, grab the honors of becoming Brac Epl Stock Brokerage Limited Corporate Amateur Cricket Tournament Champions 2025-26. Well, Ahmed bin Parvez, he's done with his breakfast, done with the pitch report as well. Welcome and a very good morning to you, ABP.
Good morning, Shanur. It is a lovely morning. The sun is out. We came here a little early, and at that time it seemed a bit foggy. Of course, it's the last day of January, the winter. It came across like a blessing. I actually love winter, so I don't mind the winter mornings, the foggy mornings, but as soon as we reached the ground here at the Police Staff College cricket ground for the final.
Hello.
Seems like the sun is really out, and it is lovely for both the sets of players to come and play this game. And you've spoken about how the teams came on to the final. We've talked about the DHAKA All-Stars and the Dhaka Bank PLC, their road to the final. They've beaten stronger teams in the semis, so it was interesting because there were 6 teams playing in this tournament. Bangladesh Army, Cadets 11, All-Stars, Dhaka Bank PLC, Brac Bank PLC, and Bangladesh Air Force. The top 4 from the group stage moved on to the semis, with the Brac Bank PLC and Dhaka Air Force being eliminated from the group stage. But interestingly, the Bangladesh Army actually played 5 games and won all 5, so they were undefeated till they came to the semis. And All Stars and Dhaka Bank PLC were the 3rd and 4th teams in the stage. So came out as a surprise that both those teams stationed at 3rd and 4th in the group stage actually won their matches, and the top 2 teams of the tournament, the most consistent 2 teams, failed to reach the final. So that gives us an idea about how competitive the nature of the game is. And in knockout stages, you actually need some sort of luck. You need to win the toss as well. I think during winter especially, it's very important in a 40-over game to win the toss and make the correct call. In both the semifinals, you've mentioned that the team batting first won their matches. So that also gives us an idea about how the pitch behaves throughout the day, and might get slower, might get more difficult for batting as the day progresses, which is why from the toss we've seen that the Dhaka Bank PLC team, they won the toss and they have elected to bat first. So what do you think, Shanur, could be a good total on this wicket? We've seen in the semis 211 batting first, 256 batting first. So where do you think they might end up at?
I think 200 is the bare minimum that they'd want to get. It's the baseline, and 250 would be the magic number. If you're batting first and scoring something around 250, it's a final. You're putting runs on the board. There is pressure of chasing. So that's something that Dhaka Bank, having won the toss, they will want to put up. DHAKA All-Stars, on the other hand, they'll want to make use of these conditions with the early moisture. As you mentioned during your pitch report, it looks a very good batting track, but because there is moisture, there might be some variable bounce as well. The faster bowlers might want to take advantage of that. And as you mentioned, that the teams that were first and second in the group stages failed to come through the knockouts, and that just goes to show that peaking at the right time sometimes is important. Perhaps the teams that were first and second in the round robin league, they spent a lot more energy in the opening matches as the 2 umpires make their way into the middle, Tanvir Ahmed and Sajidul Islam. They will want to put their best foot forward and give their best performance for the grand finale.
Absolutely, 2 top-notch umpires, 2 umpires who have a wealth of experience doing international matches on a regular basis for Bangladesh, and they are making their way to the middle. Of course, we'll have to see how the new ball works for the bowling side. And as for the batting team, we've seen in previous editions of the corporate amateur cricket tournaments that in the final at times nerves get onto you. I clearly remember one of those instances where Brac Bank PLC went into the final and they capitulated, they imploded. They scored something around 60 odd and got all out. So sometimes in amateur cricket, if nerves get onto you and if the bowling side can dominate from the beginning, there is an opportunity for them to really get hold of the game early on. But the conditions look good for batting. That is something that the batting side would look to capitalize on. The 2 umpires all in fitness, waiting for the fielding side to enter as the 2 openers prepare themselves as well. End of Jan, I love it. The weather is just about right, and I'm not sure about your favorite season of the year, but yeah, I mean, since we love cricket, we'd like to have a majority of the year without rain, without interruptions. But we all know that's not how nature works. So we're into the peak cricketing season here in Bangladesh, and very happy to be here at the Police Staff College cricket ground.
Yeah, fully agree with you, ABP. As far as the weather is concerned, it's perfect for cricket, and it's great for the players as well. They'll enjoy the slight breeze going across the ground here in Mirpur. And you mentioned that this is the peak cricketing season in the subcontinent because the rain stays away most of the year. It is raining even when it isn't monsoon, and we do need the rain as well. Keep in mind the air quality, keep in mind the number of rivers Bangladesh has. The rain is essential for us. So as important as the game of cricket is, rain is perhaps even more important as far as Mother Nature is concerned. And for the teams, though, as you mentioned, that sometimes they can implode under the weight of pressure of playing in a final, whether that's in amateur cricket, semi-pro, professional, or in an international match. It can always happen, and it's about keeping your nerves, playing the tough situations better, and that's the team that usually comes out on top.
And both teams would want to come on top because this is one final stride towards glory, towards attaining that trophy that they all fought for throughout these weeks. They've had parallel matches in different venues, and that's what DHAKA epitomizes during this peak season of cricket. It's an every year event, it's a regular event, and an event where all the amateur cricketers get together. Of course, they have this competitive edge about them. This has been a very competitive tournament over the years. Not only the 40 over game, the 20 over game is supposed to start at the mid to end of next month. So congratulations to DHAKA one more time for being able to organize this on a yearly basis and keep the quality of cricket and production as well top notch. Of course, you're watching us live footage coming to you from Silent Sports. You're watching us live on the social media platforms of DHAKA. The fielding side have made their way to the center. And having a look at them, I still regret me not going to the pitch report with my shades on. It was quite difficult for me to even look at the camera. So that's how well the sunlight is behaving at the moment here. The fielders are all set. We'll have the power plays, and the two openers are yet to arrive, so they're all waiting. Just to remind our viewers one more time, Dhaka Bank PLC, they've won the toss, elected to bat first. Interestingly, the DHAKA All-Stars captain said that if he won the toss, he would have bowled first. So it's just, I actually felt that it was kind of playing mind games with the opposition, because it looks like it should be a good batting wicket and the team batting first would want to post something on the board. What's the difference, do you feel, since there has been so much of T20 cricket being played and there's kind of a set template? If there's a morning game, usually teams winning the toss, they want to bowl first, want to chase the target, but is it the same for a 40 over game?
Obviously, it allows you different options. You get a second chance in a longer format, not the longest format, mind you, but yeah, you can have a few bad overs and then you can come back in your second or third spell, as we see the two openers making their way into the middle. And you mentioned that this is the T20 cricket season, but this is cricket season in general as well. So whatever the format, you have to play according to the situation. And as far as this exact format is concerned, it sometimes it takes away the impact of the toss. We see often in T20 matches where the team that wins the toss, especially in dew affected matches, ends up bowling first and then batting second, and they have a massive advantage. The shorter the format, the bigger the impact of the toss, I feel.
Absolutely, I think very well put. That means the team batting first now would actually want to weather the initial storm, and it's no surprise that DHAKA All-Stars will be starting with some pace. From the looks of things, Imon, the left-arm seamer, is going to start proceedings. So here we go, the first ball of the final. Some movement inwards, not a lot of foot movement from the opener, Tito.
And what was interesting is the bounce. I thought it would be the sort of pitch that doesn't bounce much, and that's what I saw right there in the first delivery. Titi, who was on the back foot early on, perhaps expecting the ball to bounce a bit more.
This is good bowling. Bowling in the right channels here, Imon.
On this occasion, it was a more hit the deck sort of a delivery. So he got that extra bounce, which wasn't there in the first one. Mixed it up nicely. And as far as the opening batter is concerned, not much you can really do.
Kept the batter honest on that occasion. There's no slip in place for the new ball bowler in his first over. Was expecting something of that sort probably, but I'm guessing that they'd also want to have a way to defend those runs early on. Has to be a mix. Can't just go all out and start conceding runs. It's getting closer to the stumps. The first two deliveries outside off. This one slightly moving in within the stumps. And that should be the first runs or not? No, Tanvir Ahmed firmly asks the batter, tells him that the ball was within those lines down the leg side.
Yeah, some changes in domestic cricket as well as in international cricket with those lines down the leg side as far as wides are concerned. Good for the bowlers, good for the game, I feel. Gives the bowlers a bit more leeway as far as wides are concerned.
Went for it. The first sign of aggression from the batter. There you could see some extra bounce added by Imon. Was that an effort ball?
Certainly a lot of effort in the shot as well, and a bit of frustration with no runs on the board from the first 5 deliveries, and the bowler Imon, he's mixing it up really nicely. D2, you could see in a few deliveries, because some of the balls have been pretty short, he's trying to get back on the back foot early on, even to the fuller length delivery.
Again, stuck on the crease. And that's a maiden to kick off proceedings here for DHAKA All-Stars. A good over comes to an end. DHAKA Bank PLC, none for none after 1.
The 2 T's in the middle, Tushar and T2. The opening combo for DHAKA Bank PLC. They'll want to weather the storm, the early movement, and perhaps a variable bounce in the pitch. See through the first half an hour, the moisture will start to go away, and then they can play their shots, one feels. But yes, DHAKA All-Stars on the money. They will want to make use with the faster bowlers early on. And the ABP, we were speaking about there perhaps being a slip in place. You might want to see one, but so far we're not seeing any. A pretty regulation field as far as things are concerned in the power play overs.
Oh, that was a full toss. It's Some air swing and a fumble from the keeper. And finally, the first runs on the board for DHAKA Bank PLC. Coming through extras.
Perhaps looking for some extra swing. Shamimur, he'll want to just to take that length back a bit. Fuller, straighter, aimed at the stumps won't be a bad decision either if there's movement in the air.
Goes to the Yorker again. Keeper actually did well to have stopped that. So another extra being added.
The first one's a leg by, the second one is a wide. He'll have to bowl that again. You can see the intention is clear. Shamimur, unlike in the first over, we saw the length being slightly back of a length. He's going for the more fuller length.
Oh, very good. This is very good. An appeal. But Sajidul Islam is unmoved. A lot of confidence in that appeal from the bowler and the keeper as well. Gives you a hint that they really felt there was something off the bat. And what a good take by the wicketkeeper as well.
I want a review for that. Big, loud, massive appeal. Was there any bat involved is the only question. Or was it going down leg side either? You could hear something, a bit of a woody noise as the ball passed the bat. But after two deliveries where extras were conceded, Shamimur definitely getting it much better. Line and length is concerned, needs to be full and straight.
Slightly shorter this time within the stumps and nicely played by Tushar. The one that actually took DHAKA Bank PLC to the finals with his 50 in the semis, 52 of 62, player of the match as well. So he will have some confidence behind him.
A very handy all-round player for sure. 57 from just 52.
Goes for it this time. First proper connection off the bat. A well-placed fielder within the circle cuts it off.
You can see Tushar coming down, slightly taking a step forward to turn that fuller length ball into a full toss. Shamimur, so far he's gone with the fuller length stuff in every single delivery. Does he mix it up?
Wants to, but this time it's a better connection, and the first boundary of this innings goes all the way. A 6. Much of a confidence booster for Tushar and for DHAKA Bank PLC.
What a shot. You look at the first few deliveries, he wasn't getting bat on ball. But then finally, something in his arc, and it's out of the park.
Nicely struck there. Will give him a lot of confidence here, Tushar. Beaten outside off. What a response from Shamimur.
And the first time we saw him pulling the length back, trying to get some extra bounce. That ends a good over though for DHAKA Bank. 9 runs coming from it. After 2, it's 9 without loss.
Nice bounce and carry from him on as he keeps on taking the batter onto the back foot. Still hasn't conceded any runs from his overs.
Keep in mind it's a 40 over match, so The first power play will be overs 1 to 8, with only 2 fielders outside the inner circle. And since this is a 40 over match, there will be 3 power plays, with the second one having 4 fielders out, and the third power play having 5 fielders outside the circle.
It's timed, slightly aerial. Fielder running in from short square leg. Early signs that the bowler is putting in a good bit of effort there. Batters seem to be late onto that shot.
That's because of the pace, the extra pace from Imon. Clearly the faster of the two opening bowlers, getting extra bounce as well as a result, and T2 not having an easy time there against his bowling. He's faced 8 deliveries by Imon, yet to get off the mark.
That's high and straight to the fielder. Another fielder was converging. Good job by the one who took the catch because he kept his concentration. Eyes on the ball, reverse cup taken, and the first wicket down after a struggle. It's T2 who has to depart.
To polish the fielder there at mid-off, making no mistake. I was just saying, the batter T2, he was having a hard time. Again, beaten for the extra pace and bounce. Polish making no mistake. And that's the first wicket down. DBL, after 2.3 overs, they're 9 for 1. T2 gone without scoring.
One wicket down and the new batter walks in, Mazidur. Another right-hand batting at the top of the order for Dhaka Bank PLC. In their semi-final, they went on to score 211 but lost all their wickets, could not play out the 40 overs. So an early loss of wicket would mean the new batters would seem to be even more circumspect in their approach. And as we've seen from Imon, done very well so far. He's been really good. Hasn't conceded a run yet and picked up a wicket already. The first one for his side, DHAKA All-Stars. In this tournament organized by DHAKA, Corporate Amateur Cricket Association. They've been doing it since 2011. So it's been 15 years of hard work, giving the amateur players an opportunity on a yearly basis, play in different formats. And you know, something that has been ingrained in Bangladesh's cricket overall was the 50 over game, which they started off, the domestic circuit was pretty vibrant in the 80s, during the 90s, till Bangladesh actually reached the world stage. But something is a concern at the moment. Apparently, the most natural format for Bangladesh, the 50 over game, the one-day game, quality of that over the years has taken a little bit of a shift. So the importance of actually playing out these overs, playing a proper 40 over game or a one-day game is important, because all these players seem to be mostly engaged in the T20 format, playing a lot of those games, and then suddenly to adjust to a format where you can afford to be a bit patient, you can afford to build your innings. There's a different tempo that can be set in this game.
Speaking of patience, you have to say that DHAKA, they've been patient as far as the new batter Majidur is concerned. He came not padded up, had to do all of that in the middle. And we all know about the infamous timed out incident during the last World Cup.
So that kept low. Again, the batter in two minds, and that sort of bounce would actually be a concern for the new batter.
Imon has been unplayable so far. Into his second over, yet to concede a run, already taken a wicket. 10 deliveries, 10 of them have been very, very good. T2, the first batter to be dismissed, yet to score anything off his bowling, and Majidur so far won't find it easy if Imon continues in this same vein.
He does continue in the same vein, grabs the batter up. Tanvir Islam, very confident in his approach. In fact, Tanvir Ahmed, beg your pardon. Probably some extra height.
I think it was also pitching outside. The replay will give us a clear indication. Looks like it was, and the height could have been an issue. But a very good delivery nonetheless. To the right-handed batter, you have to create that angle, cramp the batter for room. You're a left-arm bowler. He's got a really nice aggressive action as well as Imon.
Slightly shorter once again. Not giving the batters anything to drive. Another successful over. Wicket-taking maiden from Imon after 3. DHAKA Bank PLC 9 for 1. Shout out to the sponsors of this season's tournament. Brac Epl Stock Brokerage. They've been part of organizing DHAKA tournaments over the years. A reliable, loyal partner. And at the moment, Majidur and Tushar will need to form a partnership here in the middle. They've lost an early wicket. They've won the toss and would really want to cash in on the early opportunity. Tushar picks up a single from the first ball, so he's the one who looks very comfortable and confident. Spin amongst the runs. Bowls it full. Batter misses out on that occasion.
No shout there, very interestingly. Probably again, there was a bit of bat involved. But Shamimur in his first over, there was one big shout for LBW. The umpires so far, they haven't given anything that's wrapped the pads.
An interesting fact about Shamimur's bowling, you can see him really bowl from wider of the crease, creating that angle, and then he gets that air swing coming in as well.
Very different from what we've seen as far as Imon is concerned. Bowling with a much more aggressive action, getting more bounce.
That had bounce, but he rode that very well, Majidur. A confident looking shot. They're dealing in sixes. This is the second six of the innings and the first for Majidur.
And both of them, they hit a six in the sixth delivery that they faced. Tushar at the non-strikers end, he's on 7 off 7. And I was speaking about the bounce. Yeah, this is the sort of bounce that the batter will enjoy. Because it comes on nicely, you can get underneath it, you have enough time to loft it.
Slightly fuller this time. Batters will run that single, and it's good backup job done by the fielders as well. So good cricket all around. A 6 followed by a single. BBL on the move.
All the runs so far coming from the overs being pulled by Shamimur. 17 for 1 into the fourth over. 8 runs in this over so far.
That was from the outside edge, but there is a fielder at wideish deep third. That will be another single. So an expensive over comes to an end here. 9 runs from it after 4. DBL 18 for 1. Halfway into the power plays. We want to begin over number 5. His third over. Left arm swing bowler. Slightly shorter, not bounce as much, but well behind that, Tushar.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting battle. Both these batters, they've managed to get runs, though not of the bowling of Imon. Let's see how they face his third over. Keep in mind that the first 8 overs will be the first power play with just 2 fielders outside the inner circle. So the batters will look to take advantage of that, loft things over the top as much as possible.
Slashes outside off, misses it completely here, Tushar. This is the first time he's facing Imon. He has been on the other side on both occasions in the previous 2 overs. And now he knows why it's so difficult to play Imon in these conditions.
Just too fast. Beaten for pace on that occasion. And you want to be wary of that variable bounce as well. The last delivery didn't bounce as much as he would have expected.
Whoa! That just went through the bat. Some lack of bounce, but accuracy from Imon. And there was nothing that Tushar could have done. Just went through the gate and castled the stumps.
Perfect delivery. Too good for Tushar. Look at that. That didn't bounce much. Tushar stood his ground, just wondering how it jacked back and kept low from that length. And we spoke about there being a lack of bounce due to some excess moisture on the pitch, and Imon has taken full advantage of it. 2 wickets so far. How do you play that delivery, Parvez?
Very difficult. I mean, he's bowling quick, he's moving the ball, and the ball keeps low as well. So all 3 elements, very hard to contend with for the batters. And if you look at what Tushar was trying to do, didn't do much wrong, to be honest. Was just trying to get behind the line, trying to get behind the ball, put a straight bat down. But that slight movement inwards, I think, did him on that occasion. Just went through. Wasn't a big gap between bat and pad. The ball found its way. He's bowling at just the correct pace as well, Imon. Allowing the ball to move, but he's got his pace as well. And the new batter walks in now. So the informed Tushar goes. A bit of pressure on DHAKA Bank PLC at the moment. The new batter, Khan, another right-hand bat, is the one that comes in. And Imon has still not conceded a run. He's picked up a couple of wickets. The captain will face his first ball. Again, behind the line. I think that's the only way you can play him at the moment.
Well, that was slightly uppish. It was in the air but landed safely. That could have resulted in another wicket. 18 for 2 right now. DBL slightly on the back foot, you'd have to say. DHAKA All-Stars, thanks to Imon. They've gotten off to a really good start here. Made use of the conditions, having not won the toss. And their captain did mention that they would have wanted to bowl first. And we can see why.
This is excellent bowling from Imon. The captain, a lot of responsibility on him. Both the batters in survival mode at the moment.
It's important that they try and see through the overs by Imon with the early moisture in. The pitch should ease up. And we are seeing from the other end, the batters are being able to play. It's all about applying yourself. Although the last delivery that Imon got a wicket with was unplayable. If that happens, bad luck.
Tentatively behind. Just a squeeze. Gets a single. The first runs off Imon. What a fantastic over it has been. What a great spell he has been bowling. After 5, Dhaka Bank PLC 19 for 2.
DBL, they've lost 2 wickets early on here in the all-important final, having won the toss and chosen to bat first. 2 top-order batters gone. On the other hand, for DHAKA, they will be very happy. They continue with the opening duo of Shamimur, Imon with the 2 wickets. At this moment, I'm joined by Shadjat Udash. A slight change in commentary as he replaces Ahmed bin Parvez. A good morning to you. And Khan also welcomes Shamimur with a very welcome drive.
Good morning to you, Shanur. Good morning to everyone who's watching this fantastic final. It has all the elements to be a excellent game. We have seen how well Imon has been bowling. Shamimur is slightly on the expensive side.
He conceded 2 sixes. Slightly slower of the 2 bowlers. The bounce that he's getting is allowing the batters to really get underneath and play over the top.
Also, the size of the ground helps, especially the 6 Majidur hit, not from the mighty part of the bat.
But now they're having to be watchful. Majidur included. Shamimur has bowled quite well in this over. Generally, it's been the 4th ball that he's bowled that's gone for a 6.
So Shanu found a pattern there. And he was talking about how both batters hit 6s on the 6th balls they faced.
Again, this is in the air. Fielder trying to come underneath. And in the end, it lands safely. A couple of runs taken. An eventful 4th ball once again from Shamimur's 3rd over.
Absolutely. What could we say that? Coincidence? 4th balls of the every overs he bowled till now. The batters got lucky this occasion.
Again, shouts of catch it, but it's fine and it will go for a boundary. So there you have it. 2 wide, 5 of them, 5 wides against the bowler. Turning into another expensive over as far as Shamimur is concerned. DBL moves on to 27 for 2.
See, that is the problem with Shamimur's bowling. He is bowling a lot of dot balls, but he is giving away too many runs through boundaries or maybe one or two looseners here and there. Unlike Imon, who has been tight, absolutely tight.
Much better on this occasion.
And he needs to continue doing that. Shamimur, not the quickest of the bowlers. Very easy, smooth run up. Easy going approach towards the crease. Maybe the pressure of the final has been given responsibility with the new ball.
Well, that does end another eventful Shamimur over after 6. It's 27 for 2. You're watching the final of the Brac Epl Stock Brokerage Ltd Corporate Amateur Cricket Tournament 2025-26. The final between DHAKA Bank Limited and KAKA All Stars as Imon continues. He's taken 2 wickets already. And that was very close to being a third one. The extra bounce beating the Captain Khan, landing safely in the end.
Shadow, we could see slight differences in bounces from both ends. Imon, this is probably the second or third occasion he extracted extra bounce, and the one he got the wicket of that kept really low. We're talking about, it was Tushar probably who got bowled in the previous Imon over. And from the other end, Shamimur, he is getting more regular bounce, and batters could really trust the pitch from that end. Probably that is another reason, apart from Shamimur's wayward line and length, that really helped the batters as well.
Wow, look at that bounce. Almost as high as the drone. That's above. It's hovering around, looking to give us a different visual of the ground and of the field set up soon. But Imon has been the star of the show so far.
See, that was the thing I was talking about, the bounce. Once again, a bit unpredictable, and the batters, they really have no idea whether to go forward or wait on the back foot.
And as you mentioned, again, a lack of footwork, but that is credit to the bowler. The pace that he's bowling, he's really making the batters second guess whether to come on to the front foot or play off the back foot. There is some variable bounce, and Imon is asking all the right questions.
Absolutely, a bit tentative from Russell on that occasion. He was just poking at the delivery. I'm not really sure whether Pallav is thinking about a slip, about posting a slip, especially when Imon is bowling, creating the natural left arm seamer angles and being able to make the ball come back at times.
Oh, clean bowled. Another carbon copy of his second wicket. Just too good. Unplayable. And the captain, Khan, he has to depart. He looks back at the pitch, sees his stumps. They are broken. And so is his heart, perhaps. He's gone after scoring 2. DBL in all sorts of trouble at 27 for 3. Imon flying high.
If you just turn on the game and you see the bowling figures of Imon that says 3 wickets for 1 run, not 1 wicket for 3 runs. Yes, look at that. I was just talking about Imon being able to make the ball come back, and that is how he does it. And it was once again unplayable. Unfortunately, the skipper has to depart for 2 only. And Dhaka Bank PLC, they are in dire straits, 27 for 3.
The captain will want to keep Imon in the attack for as long as possible. Keep in mind it's a 40-over match, so a bowler can bowl a maximum of 8 overs. He's into his 4th, so he'll have 4 more overs. And the rate at which he's going, he's picking up a wicket every over. Raihan, the new batter in, will have to face the music. A rare wayward delivery by Imon. Perhaps getting a little too excited with what he's done so far.
Shanur, I have a question for you. Where is the slip? Come on, give some support to Imon, who has been bowling tremendously well. Give him a slip.
Well, he's hitting the stumps all right. That's a good stop by the wicketkeeper. 2 wides in a row. Again, I don't think a slip could help if he's beating the batter regularly. But yeah, for sure, the way Imon is bowling, the captain will want more of the deliveries that got the wickets. Pitching in middle and leg, middle and off, jagging back a bit, keeping low.
Probably getting a bit tired. In these kind of tournaments, players are more accustomed to 20-over games.
There's the edge. And you were speaking about the slip. Perhaps the first slip could have helped. 4 runs. Lucky runs for Raihan.
Once again, Pallab, where was the slip? It could have been a regulation take for the first slip, as Shanur you were talking about. The keeper had to dive, and he did well to touch that ball. It was always going away from him. 33 for 3. What an eventful over this has been. The last ball coming up from Imon.
Oh, a wayward Hawik. In the end, though, he survives. Majidur. He's on 9. It's 3-3 for 3 after 7. Change in bowling. Shumon, the new bowler in. Shamimur being taken off the attack. The first change we're seeing Shahriar Islam Shumon, the right arm medium fast bowler. Majidur defends quite easily. So clearly a change in pace here, a drop in pace from what Imon is bowling.
Well, Shamimur was bowling from that end and pretty similar in terms of pace, if we talk about, but at least from the first delivery, Shumon showed that he may have a better control, slightly better control than Shamimur. Only time will tell.
A quick single taken, good running between the wickets. Majidur and Raihan will have some repair work to do, having lost 3 wickets in the power plays, and this is the final over, the first power play.
Absolutely. The batters are hoping to get some breathing space after this over. And it will be very interesting to see whether Pallab will opt to put fielders on the boundary lines. Maybe one more out of the circle. And that should be it. The batting team is struggling. Put the pressure on. Keep the pressure on.
Might we also see spin after a while, since it's keeping a tad low. Spinners that look to bowl it flat and fast could come in very handy. That is lofted in between 2 fielders, but in the end, the fielder at long off does the job, keeps it to just a single.
Raihan seemed to pick the slower delivery. Majidur, beg your pardon on that occasion. He seemed to pick the slower delivery, but he couldn't generate the power to score more than 1.
Now that's hoiked down the leg side, played expertly. Raihan gets his second boundary.
That was going down the leg side and was not the best delivery he bowled so far, Shumon. No matter what level of cricket you are playing, corporate or professional, batters in the subcontinent, they are always good at their pads. Very good wrist work from Raihan, and that glance would make him more confident.
This time the bounce definitely has to bowl that again. A bit of aggression from Shumon, going in vain after being hit for a 4 in the previous delivery, where he was again slightly off target, bowling it down the leg side, and the batter simply had to help it along the way. Played with soft hands on this occasion. This is turning into a good over, 8 from it. And with that, the power plays are done. The first power play yielding 41 runs for DHAKA Bank for the loss of 3. So that's the bowling card so far. 3 bowlers used. Imon, the star, having taken 3 wickets. Shumon just bowled a 1 over, along with Shamimur, and it's about making the early moisture count, and that's what Imon has done expertly, plucking away 3 top order wickets, including the captain. DHAKA Bank Limited, they won the toss, elected to bat first. With the power play, the first one done, now 4 fielders can reside outside the inner circle, as Imon is into his 5th over, and there is a bit of a mix-up, a direct hit, would have perhaps caused the batter a bit more worry. It was Raihan at the non-strikers end, looking to go for that single, which wasn't really there.
Well, Imon has been bowling tremendously well, and it would have made more sense if Raihan were on the striker's end. Then we could say that no one wants to face Imon, but he was running from the non-striker's end and he was going nowhere.
Pulled away. One bounce to the fielder. Well fielded though. Went straight to the fielder, Parvez. And I've got one right beside me. He's very happy seeing the effort.
Well, he becomes very happy. Any player who is named as Parvez. So Parvez, a bit better effort could be put there. Going for the catch, maybe.
Outside edge. There is protection at the deep though. Keeps it down to a single. Imon must be wondering. In the last over, there was an outside edge that hit the wicketkeeper's gloves. A diving wicketkeeper to his right. But a first slip there would have ended up catching it. You get the feeling Imon will be a bit aggrieved, but then he's taken 3 wickets and most of them have come by hitting the stumps. Much like that delivery, but well defended by Majidur, who's faced 19 deliveries in the middle so far. A key batter right now.
Well, I feel this would be the last over in this spell for Imon, and I guess Majidur and Raihan, they also have this in their mind. Also, Imon has lost a bit pace compared to when he started this spell. The sun is getting into its full effect as time passed by. He lost a bit pace, lost a bit rhythm, lost a bit swing as well. He was getting with the new ball. Not the line though.
The last 2 deliveries, that'll make the batter Majidur quite happy because they were both aimed at the stumps. And good news for him, it didn't keep too low. He was able to read the bounce very well.
Well, Majidur has been extra defensive when he is facing Imon. Or should I say extra watchful, as he should be. This will be the last ball, and I will be very surprised if Imon keeps bowling from this end after this over.
Now this time it's driven into the gap. Perhaps the best shot of the match so far. Majidur gets a boundary, has the last laugh.
Slightly overpitched, outside off, and look at that follow through of the bat. Beautifully played. Majidur moves into the 20s after 9:47 for 3.
Rakesh, the new bowler coming into the attack, so plenty of bowling changes right now with the power play done. The first power play done, and 4 fielders can be outside the inner circle for the second one, and it looks like we'll have spin for the first time. Tall, slow left arm orthodox spinner. Raihan will be facing. Pretty orthodox field setup here for him. There's a short third, a short fine, a cover point, a mid off, a mid on. And your fielders on the offside and protection at the deep there as well, with the deep extra cover. And there also being a long off. And yeah, some field tweaks happening here, with the short third moving to a more leg side position near the square leg umpire. Tanvir Ahmed just seeing the fielder standing beside him, and this is well played, well swept. But in the end, kept to 2, well fielded.
Not really sure whether I should call that a sweep. But yes, it was kind of a sweep. Standing sweep, you can say. Once again, targeting the same area. This time perhaps he will get better results. He got 4 of them. 50 up for DHAKA Bank PLC.
The first 2 deliveries have been a bit too full. The batter so far having faced the pace of Imon. They're liking this decrease in pace on both occasions. Playing it down the leg side. Looks like a bit of cramp there for one of the batters. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. The conditions, keep in mind, they are excellent for cricket, but back-to-back games having to play in the final, it is a battle of attrition as well, not just nerves. And this is the batting card so far. T2, Tushar and Khan, all dismissed by Imon. And Majidur, he's so far been the standout batter, joined by Raihan, who's on the 12. They're trying to put together a partnership. And look at the number of extras, 11 so far in this total of 53 for 3 by DBL.
One thing you must give credit to the batters of DHAKA Bank PLC, that they are not being bogged down despite Imon bowling excellently from the other end, who picked up 3 wickets. All 3 wickets went to him so far, but they have been able to scoring heavily from the other side. All bowlers so far, Shamimur, Shumon, now Rakesh, they've been expensive.
Now some extra bounce on that occasion. After the first 2 deliveries, which went for 6 runs, Rakesh has fixed his lines and lengths, looking to make the pitch do some talking, getting some spin and bounce. This time it's high in the air and in the gap. It goes all the way for another maximum, the second boundary of this over.
Raihan seems to favor that leg side, that mid-wicket area, and this was a bit closer to him compared to the boundary he hit earlier in the over, dragging from way outside of stump. So it was not a very good delivery from Rakesh, not learning from his mistakes.
Very good batting nonetheless. It's an excellent over for DBL. 12 runs coming from it after 10. It's a 59 for 3.
Change of ends for Shumon. first time in this match we are seeing a different bowler than Imon from this end, the commentary end. We're talking about Shuman bowled a solitary over from the other end, gave away 8 runs, and as we were talking about being expensive from that side, every bowler suffered from that problem. This is a nice little partnership building up between Majidur and Raihan. Speaking of partnership, I have been joined by Ahmed bin Parvez, replacing Shahanur Rabbani, my new partner. Parvez, welcome back. A very good morning to you.
Very good morning, Sajjad, and really happy that the runs are flowing at least. We're expecting a run fest over here. Team winning the toss, batting first, would eye something at around 230-40. They're way on course for that, almost 6 and over. They've lost 3 wickets. That is a concern.
Well, it will not be a concern for a longer period of time if they cannot maintain a better line and length. You could see that even when Imon was bowling, the other bowlers were suffering, and now Imon is out of the attack. And they have maintained an excellent run rate despite losing 3 early wickets.
Shuman will have to continue what Imon did from this end. You rightly mentioned this has been the wicket-taking end for the DHAKA All-Stars. And what a spell of 5 overs from Imon with the new ball, the left arm quick. He swung the ball, kept the ball within the stumps.
A bit tentative from Raihan, who favors the leg side and favors balls that have been bowled on a fuller length.
It's interesting. Doesn't have a high back lift, tentatively behind that. Looks much better when he's going for his shots. When he's defending, doesn't look as comfortable.
Absolutely, when he's defending, he looks like me batting out there. In my playing days, I used to be a very good medium pace bowler. Parvez, what about you?
I was a left arm spinner and used to bat right hand as well, so a very rare mix.
Tentative. Was that a nick? Tanvir says otherwise. Seems like Raihan's feet is not moving at all. Someone is holding them down.
That wasn't a good shot from the batter. Again, another proof that he loves to hit those big strokes and probably is more comfortable against spin, as we've seen in the previous over.
Once again, standing tall and trying to play a short straight to backward point. This has been a good over from Shuman so far.
It actually has. It's bowled much better from this end. Probably the end that the faster bowlers would prefer.
Slower ball, a dot ball to end the 10th, 11th over, 60 for 3, Dhaka Bank PLC. Nice little partnership building up between these two, 33 of 26 so far. So you could say that it has come in a quick time as well. And that is the counter attack. Dhaka Bank PLC they required to counter the early blows. Rajiv Ahmed, another left arm orthodox. We have seen Rakesh bowling some left arm spin. Bowled only 1 over. He was expensive, now being replaced by Rajiv. And you could safely say Bangladesh is the land of left arm spinners. One is sitting just beside me. He was not a professional though. Majidur, the most comfortable batter so far. Slightly from the outer part of the bat, probably the bat sliced within his hands.
That was a slice from the batter and good fielding effort there. Big dive. Aptly appreciated by his teammate at short third as well. So it's a teasing start from the left arm spinner.
Very good line. And very good loop as well. Neither it's too slow nor too fast.
And keeping it within the stumps. Keeping the batters honest. Give them some extra bounce as well in the process. This is good bowling from Rajiv. Good start.
Once again, this time keeping a bit low. And Majidur, his feet was not moving at all.
Yes, he's the one who's slightly struggling against the spinner. Raihan on the other end probably would want to be on strike. Flighted a bit more. Still can't find the gap here, Majidur. They've got a good start. They've got a good partnership going on. And interestingly, I just scrolled through the scorecard from the previous match, the semi-final. Raihan was the batter who actually came at number 9, to be honest. So more like a lower order batter, being drafted in at number 5 today. So he's got a promotion. And the style of batting actually suggests that yes, he could be the lower order hitter who ups the tempo. So this could be a different kind of a strategy from DHAKA Bank PLC.
10 dot balls so far on the trot. Make it 11, including this maiden from Rajiv. This is good bowling from DHAKA All Stars after 12, 60 for 3, DHAKA Bank PLC. Shuman will continue from the commentary end. Bowled a decent last over. Gave away only a single for that 11 dot balls. So far, he would definitely want to keep the pressure on the batters. What was that? Raihan. Definitely he never picked up the length.
Yeah, that really jumped onto him. Got big onto the batter. Raihan was in two minds whether to go for it or to leave it. In the end, it was a nothing shot. So 12 dot deliveries on the trot. They've come back very well. They're pulling back on the run rate as well.
Once again, a dot ball, Raihan. So this is very good from DHAKA All Stars, and they will want to continue this, and they will want to Raihan to be on strike for a longer period of time so that they could target another one. You could see the reflection is already on the run rate. Couple of overs ago it was touching 6. Now it's even after under 5. Yes, under 5 now. This was a good shot. Very good connection into the gap as well. The fielder tried his best, but finally the shackles have been broken.
That's his strength, Raihan.
A very strong lad. And on that shot, he showed that he can time the ball well. Just have a look at that shot. Stand and deliver. Looked a bit awkward in the end on the follow through, but the fielder had nothing to do. It's a very quick outfield.
A bit width provided on that occasion when he conceded the boundary, and now he corrected that and resulted in a dot again.
Good comeback, decent comeback. And Raihan, since he gets stuck in his crease, whenever he plays the defense, he still looks pretty awkward.
This is good bowling from Shumon. And they must realize that Raihan has very limited options around the ground to score off. So if the bowlers will be able to bowl on a tighter line and length, they would more likely to pick up more dot deliveries. And that should be the target at this stage of the game. What a hit! What a hit! It was overpitched, it was half volley, and Raihan showed once again how strong he could be through that leg side, through that mid-wicket zone. 10 runs off this over after that last ball 6 after 13-70 for 3. After that 10 runs over, Dhaka Bank PLC will look to score once again, and it was a much needed over. After 2 relatively quiet overs bowled by Rajiv and Shumon, Raihan trying to pull things again towards their direction, scoring 28 of 22 deliveries, giving company to Majidur. Good bowling, very good start from Rajiv.
Rajiv bowled well in the semi-finals as well. Was economical with his left arm spin. We've got 2 left arm spin options, Rakesh Pasha and Rajiv.
Seems like Majidur will play the anchor role, and Raihan, he will look to play those big shots. It came out well in the previous over, but Majidur must look to rotate strikes as well.
Keeps to his basics there, Majidur. Rightly mentioned, in a partnership, someone has to hold anchor while the other probably will try and score those quick runs. Totally reflected in the scoreboard. Raihan off to a flying start, 28 of 22, and Majidur 21 of 31 deliveries.
Majidur is struggling with his hamstring, the left hamstring. Once again, he was holding the back of his thigh while running that single.
Yeah, not very comfortable out there in the middle. That would be a concern. If there is an opportunity to get a couple of runs or maybe run for 3, might be a difficult task for this partnership to do it. Rajiv making some adjustments in the field.
That was a refreshing shot from Raihan to see, and that looked really good. For a change, through that offside, though it resulted in a dot delivery. Okay, back to being number 9 batter in the previous game, Raihan, and wild whack resulted in another dot delivery. It's very good over from Rajiv, only one of it after 14-71 for 3. 9-18-23. So 9 runs partnership all along for the first 3 wickets, and then this partnership is looking good. 71 for 3 after 14, and there is a short break going on. Players having a very short drinks break out there.
Have a look at the fall of wickets as well in the meantime. All within the power plays. First wicket down on 9, the second on 18, the third on 27. Kept on moving. Every 9 runs, a wicket kept on falling, but then Majidur and Raihan formed this partnership that's giving some hope to the Dhaka Bank PLC. Almost an improbable finalist in the Brac Epl Stock Brokerage Limited Corporate Amateur Cricket Tournament 2025-26. The top 2 teams, Cadet 11 and Bangladesh Army, were knocked out in the semi-finals by these 2 teams who are facing each other in the final here. DHAKA All Stars and the Dhaka Bank PLC. Majidur requiring some treatment from the physio. He'd love to continue in the vein. Made a good start here. Looks all settled. Played 32 deliveries for his 22. And he will prepare to take strike here. Another over of spin. 71 for 3. You're watching us live through our production partner, Silent Sports. You're watching us on the DHAKA social media platforms, on YouTube. This is the final. We're here at the Police Staff College Cricket Ground, and the sun is beating down.
Faisal. Right arm of spin. Onto the pads, and that was a very easy decision for Tanvir. Majidur departs, and he would be thinking, why on earth I played that shot across the line on the first ball of a new bowler. Definitely a brain-fed moment after the short break. 71 for 4.
Oh, this is such a great bowling change here from the DHAKA All-Stars. They brought in Faisal, flighted the ball very full within the stumps, and a suicidal sweep from Majidur Rahman goes away. 22 of 33. Faisal picks up a wicket from his first delivery. A great start to his spell. The DHAKA All-Stars are dominating at the moment. Dhaka Bank PLC 71 for 4 as we have a look at the replay one more time. Oh, just missed the line altogether. It was too full for that shot and was within the stumps as well. In the end, Majidur has to walk back, and Tanvir Ahmed, one of the easiest decisions he had to make in the day. One of the most experienced umpires in Bangladesh, well respected all over. It's obviously excellent from the organizers to bring in the best of the best for the final. Batter number 6 walks in with his team under a bit of pressure here. It's a 40-over game. They still haven't gone halfway, and they've lost almost half of their top order here. 4 wickets down. They need a long partnership. It could be a patient partnership. It could be one that can score 3 to 4 runs and over, but they need to stick around.
Beautifully bowled. Faisal, high on confidence. And you could see the variations already. Back of hand delivery, and what an important breakthrough it was by the leg spinner. And he is enjoying every moment, and why not?
It's tough as a leggy to keep your lines and lengths on check, but he's done that very well in his first 3 deliveries.
This is good running. Not a very good fielding though. Poor football skills showed there. Today I have one Man U fan and one Arsenal fan, and they could really relate to that kind of football skill showed by the fielder there, Raju.
Off the back foot this time. Better footwork from the batter. The new man Firoz comes in and gets off the mark all of a sudden. At the moment, yes, we're speaking about some football skills, about Man United and Arsenal. No run there for the batters. An excellent over. After 15, it's 73 for 4, DHAKA Bank PLC. Raihan on strike. He'll fancy the spinner, as will my partner Shanur. Fancy his chances on the mic as well. Welcome back, Shanur, and they've lost their way a bit. DHAKA Bank PLC, they've lost their way in terms of losing wickets at regular intervals. The partnership was looking good though.
Yeah, well, they recovered from the early setback where they were 30 odd for 3. But yeah, they've lost the 4th wicket. They've made a bit of a recovery, but they'll need to continue in that vein to put up a competitive total. The run rate is looking good. It's about keeping the wickets in hand and making sure that they continue to play sensible cricket.
That was sensible from Raihan, immediately rotating strike, allowing the new batter in. Firoz, he's played 5 deliveries already. But look at Rajib's economy. He's into his 3rd over, just conceded the 2 runs. He's done very well. He's bowled with a lot of control, a lot of accuracy.
Loopy flighted, and in the end, just a single. Rajiv, he's kept things very tight into his 3rd over. Before this, he conceded just the 1 run.
It's good to see that the batters are concentrating on finding those gaps. The first power play, 8 overs, done and dusted, and then from there on, there are gaps to be found. Quite a few fielders on the boundary ropes patrolling the boundary areas, which gives those batters some gaps to find.
Cuts it, and again, dealing in singles right now in this over. The field is spread out with the 2nd power play in operation. Keep in mind this is a 40 over match. 40 overs a side match. So the 2nd power play is all the way up to the 32nd over.
I was flighted. A big appeal. This is the first time that Rajib has flighted a delivery, kept it full, conceded 4 runs from the first 4 deliveries, and then came back with that. A single to end over number 16. 78 for 4.
This is the all-important final of the Brac Epl Stock Brokerage Limited Corporate Amateur Cricket Tournament 2025-26, and the final is being played between DHAKA Bank and DHAKA All Stars. DHAKA Bank, early in the day, they won the toss and they chose to bat first. Found themselves in a spot of bother with Imon taking 3 early wickets, but then Raihan, he's been there and he's tried to rejig the sinking ship, try and get things back on track as Faisal comes in and bowls an absolute jaffa.
Excellent bowling. They've got quite a few good spinning options here. We've seen 2 left-arm spinners in display and now a leg spinner as well.
Again, very close to that off stump, and Raihan just getting his bat in the way before the ball did any further damage.
Yeah, this is very good bowling from Faisal.
Now overcompensates, bowls it down the leg side. Easy pickings. Allows Raihan to get away. Firoz back on strike. So far, so good in this over from Faisal. Again, he's bowling it right on the money, and the batters not really looking to take him on. Bowling the over quite fast as well.
It's not easy to keep your lines and lengths on check, especially if you're a leg spinner. Almost you are allowed to bowl a few run scoring deliveries. That's how the leg spinners operate in general, but Faisal gives a different demeanor altogether. He's been bowling very accurately. Just the 2 runs from this one. After 17, it's 80 for 4.
Faisal and Rajiv continuing. Spin in tandem, leg spin and off spin. One thing is in common is they're both bowling with a lot of control.
They are absolutely, and the spin is working for DHAKA All Stars. So they've got all bases covered. Imon with his left arm pace, and now the spinners doing a really good job here in containment and picking up wickets as well.
Firoz wasn't ready on that occasion. The bowler was. Raihan really is the key batter at this moment. He's got to find support partnership right now. 9 from 18. Again, not more than a single. Feel this spread out. Extra cover, long on, long off there. There is a deep mid wicket, which was stationed in a more deep square leg position. Coming in forward, that means the bowling has to be slightly fuller. You want the batter driving. Anything too short, he might cut it and find gaps. Excellent fielding on this occasion.
He's trying to find the gaps through the offside here. The accuracy of Rajiv not giving the batters a lot of room. slowed the stem of runs, the flow of runs here. He conceded 5 in his previous over. Just come back pretty well. And it's Raihan back on strike. Whenever he's on strike, you all keep on anticipating some sort of big shot might be around the corner.
Looks to play it over the top. One bounce to the fence. You were speaking about big shots and Raihan obliged.
What a strike. A clean strike from Raihan. Hits it straight enough. Mid-on fielder slightly wider. Had no chance to fetch that. Another boundary to his name. So he's going on in his merry way, Raihan. Top run getter in this inning so far for Dhaka Bank PLC, and that want him to keep on the way that he's doing things at the moment.
That was close to the inside edge. Again, 5 runs from the over so far, but Raihan couldn't help himself, seeing it short. Wasn't wide enough though to cut. So Rajiv trying to keep things as tight as possible. A very good battle of cat and mouse going on between bat and ball. And again, this time gives it a bit more pace. Ends the over with 2 dot balls. After 18, it's 85 for 4. Yeah, Kaka there looking for another wicket as the fielders trying to give the bowlers the information. We need one more. Faisal, he's bowled very nicely. He's gotten 1 wicket in search of his second. And wouldn't he love the wicket of Raihan?
Yeah, and seems to be a very good competition between the two here. Raihan favors the leg side. We've seen that. Strong straight down the ground as well. But Faisal is challenging the batter to go across the line, play against the turn.
This time it's lofted. In the air. Wow. So close, yet so far. It goes for a boundary. The diving effort in vain. There we see it. It was a half chance. The fielder putting the dive in, but it landed just in front of him. Probably got fingertips to it as well. 4 lucky runs for Raihan and Faisal. He should be encouraged with what he's seeing. This time it's too short, pulled away. Much more control in that shot. Back-to-back boundaries from the bat of Raihan as he moves into the 40s.
Immediate apology from the bowler. Too full the previous one, too short the next. And Raihan scores a couple of boundaries back-to-back. This is very good batting. Was onto the back foot. Finds the gap behind square. No fielder in place.
Watchful on this occasion. What an over this has been so far. Drama. Back and forth between bat and ball. 9 runs coming from it so far. Partnership building to 23. Again, slightly short. Raihan will keep strike. After 19, it's 95 for 4. Rajiv to Raihan now. That's it, and it will just be a single though.
It looks much more comfortable now, Raihan. I think he's settled into his rhythm. He's finding the boundaries whenever it's possible, picking up those singles as well, and helping his new partner Firoz to settle in. He's back on strike now. You need to keep rotating strike and then find those boundaries in between.
Firoz looking to give ample support to Raihan on the other end. Rajiv though trying to keep things tight. Projected score saying 204. Again, slightly short, but no damage done as far as the bowling team is concerned. They're taking a slightly defensive approach. Early on, we saw plenty of aggression from Imon and the fast bowlers. Now they're looking to make the batters play big shots and get wickets.
But they've done well. Say DHAKA Bank PLC. They've almost reached the halfway mark in their batting innings and almost close to the three-figure mark as well in terms of team runs.
Good looking drive will just be a single though. After 3 dots, another single coming. Rajiv really kept his end quiet, not allowing any loose deliveries, not allowing the batters to play any big shots either. Speaking of big shots, there was an attempted one. Just a single, 3 from the over after 20. It's 98 for 4. Well, halfway through the innings, and we'll get ourselves a bit of a refreshment and some drinks. It's a drinks break. Gives us an opportunity to have a look at the batting card as well. T2, Tushar, Majidur and Khan, the 4 batters out so far, and the 2 in the middle, Raihan and Firoz. Raihan leading the way with 47, looks to be the key batter. Maruf, Samuel, Kamrul and Shaikh along with Rafi still left as far as the DHAKA Bank batting is concerned. And DHAKA All-Stars, plenty of bowlers being used, 6 so far. Imon the star, Shamimur Shumon, Rakesh, the other 3 pacers, and then you've seen the spin of Rajiv and Faisal keeping things quiet so far. Apart from that 1 over by Rakesh, which went for 12, most of the bowlers have been quite economical, and wickets have come in at regular intervals. They were down 27 for 3, after which a partnership built for DHAKA Bank. DHAKA All-Stars will want to keep the damage to as low as possible. Will want to keep them down to a total of around 200. Anyways, speaking of a drinks break, we'll take a short one as well, and we will be back with live action as soon as it resumes.
Umpire Tanvir Ahmed says play. Wow, was that a bouncer from a leg spinner? Definitely a bit more bounce, and the batter rode it well. Pulled it towards that steep square leg region for a single. And the score is inching closer towards that three-figure mark. In the com box, Sajjad Dash is with you, welcoming you again after the drinks break. Beautifully bowled. Generally, wrist spinners get a bit more bounce than finger spinners, and that is the case here for Faisal, creating difficulties for the batters. Fly to deliver, stoppage! Oh, how lucky the batter was this occasion. And with that scratchy single, 100 is up. Welcome back, Shanu Rabbani.
Thanks a lot, Sajjad. And yeah, DBL, they're looking to fight back. post a competitive total for sure. Loopy but flighted and dealt with. Goes the distance. It's gone for a maximum. And what a way to bring up your half century. Raihan, you can take a bow. 54 from 44.
Wow, we were talking about Raihan and his batting credibilities. He was the number 9 batter in the previous game and he showed lack of technique on times, but boy oh boy, is he strong or what? The balls that are pitched on a fuller length, or had he given opportunities to free his arms through those leg sides, favoring long on mid-wicket that region, and what an innings he is playing. One of the cleanest hitters in corporate cricket or amateur cricket I have seen, Shanur. I have covered a lot of corporate cricket and he is definitely one of the cleanest hitters.
And he's performing on the biggest stage, on the biggest occasion in a final. Much needed runs these as far as the TBL are concerned. They'll want him to continue. After 21, it's 106 for 4.
$106 for 4. Faisal, who was excellent, he has been hit for a huge 6 by Raihan.
Rajiv is bowled with a lot of control and confidence, and despite not managing to take a wicket, he's kept things tight, especially against Firoz, who's given ample support to Raihan, who's really taking the charge. This is a big partnership, a key partnership as far as DPL are concerned. And again, nudging and nurdling it for just a single. Making sure Raihan gets the strike again. And he has taken a full toll on anything that has been short or hittable. This time, short, dealt with. They were thinking of the second, but good fielding keeps it down to just a single. Conditions getting warmer as the sun starts to beat down. 11 a.m. local time. Again, not enough room to cut it. Rajiv keeping things tight, as has been the case. Very intelligent bowling into his 6th over. Given away just 16 runs. That will build pressure. But these two batters have kept their cool. Again, another single off the 5th delivery.
When Majidur was batting with Raihan, we thought that Majidur will play the anchor role where Raihan will do the scoring. Unfortunately, Majidur departed, but Raihan is carrying. And he is carrying in his own rhythm, in his own pace. And that is so good, so refreshing to see, putting the bowlers under pressure. Single to end the over, 110 for 4 after 22.
Raihan has been the star of the show with the bat as far as Dhaka Bank are concerned. They will want him to continue till the very end. If Dhaka Bank are to pose a very challenging total, they'll want to double the score from here. It's full, but it's hit the stumps. Now the question is, the celebrations are going. What does the leg umpire say? The leg umpire says, yes, it was a legal delivery. The ball dipped just enough. Yes, it hit the stumps. And that's a big wicket. Perhaps that's the one they were looking for. Raihan, the key man, was just saying he needs to bat on till the end. Is gone for 56. DBL are 110 for 5.
Bit of anticlimax for Raihan. Who would have thought that he will depart to a full toss delivery? Oh no, we were praising about him being one of the cleanest hitters and he missed out a full toss delivery. And worst of is, he lost his wicket.
I have a question for you. The ball was very high. Now, we know about no balls, right? Balls can be given as a no ball if it's above waist height. Now, my trivia for you and the viewers watching as well is, if a ball is above waist height and it goes on to hit the stumps, is it out or not out?
What a direct question to ask. And you cannot answer directly, to be very honest, because there are two parts to this question. The first one is, if the ball is above waist height, that should have been a no ball. But it dipped and it hit the stump, and that should be out. And that was the case for Faisal. Unfortunately, he was looking really good. Raihan, I beg your pardon, Faisal was the bowler.
And you make a very good politician one day, I believe, Shadjat, because you answered it correctly and then you also had the wrong answer, because the right answer is it will be a no ball. If the leg umpire believes that it is above waist height, it will be a no ball, and that will automatically mean that if it hits the stumps or anything else, unless it's a run out, it is a no ball.
You mentioned about beliefs. It is, I guess, all about beliefs and perceptions. And now the batter had the belief that he could hit it really high and really far. Short ball picked up really well by Firoz on that occasion. What a mixed over it has been from Faisal. A wicket from a full toss delivery now has been dispatched over that square leg boundary for a huge 6.
Life of a leg spinner, I believe. Shadjad, you have your ups and downs, your highs and lows. This over feels like a bit of a sine curve. I wasn't very good at maths, so don't ask me any more details on this. We'll end the over with just a single. 23 gone. It's 118 for 5.
$118 for 5 after 23. The game is right on the balance, especially after that Raihan wicket Faisal picked up in the previous over. Oh, the keeper missed an opportunity of stamping there, I believe.
Perhaps it was going down as well, but the keeper at least manage to keep it near his vicinity and not let the ball run away for 4 leg buys or 4 buys down the leg side. And right now, another rebuilding job needs to be done with Firoz, the more set batter of the two, needing to take charge. He has been there and there about 19 from 27. He'll need to get a move on, and he played a big shot in the last over.
Well, you must give credit to the DHAKA All-Stars bowlers. We were talking about how expensive of the other bowlers were, apart from Imon, especially at the initial part of the innings. And the batting team targeted those bowlers to keep the run rate going, despite losing 3 quick wickets. But the other bowlers, in patches, they bowled a series of dot deliveries, created pressure, and now they picked up both set batters. I'm talking about Majidor and Raihan, and now the game is again on the balance. The batting team is probably slightly more under pressure in this situation because they have to bat for 16.1 more overs and they already have lost 5 wickets.
Firoz seems to be the key wicket right now. Najib has bowled excellently without taking a wicket. Done with 7. He's given away just 19 runs after 24. It's 119 for 5. Shamimur back into the attack for his second spell. Opened the innings along with Imon. Bowled just 3 overs, has 5 left in his allotted quota of 8 overs. Will be interesting to see if he bowls all of them. 6 bowlers have already been used. Was a little expensive in his first spell, going at 8.33 runs an over. Was bowling during the power play, will want to improve on those figures. Firoz, on the other hand, the batter, will want to carry the bat till the end for DBL. DHAKA All-Stars will want to keep this down to around 160, 170 even, now that they're into the lower middle order.
Well, Shamimur bowled his first 3 overs from the other end where he has been expensive, and all the pace bowlers from that end was expensive, including Shamimur and Shumon. Shumon, we have noticed that he bowled slightly better from this end, and we are yet to see whether Shamimur follow that path or not. Imon is also someone who bowled really well from this end, and look at that delivery. Definitely from this end, the Pacers are getting more assistance than the other.
Some movement, some variable bounce as well. You name it, they're getting it. And yeah, you're talking about ends. A very important thing that we've noticed is this end has favored the Pacers so far.
The intention was pretty clear because that backward point and third man both in the circle, so he wanted to penetrate that gap for a boundary. Couldn't do so.
let's give the two ends names. This is, I'll call it the roadside end, and the other one will be the convention hall end. So the roadside end is the end for bowlers, for the faster bowlers, where they're getting this extra bounce, this variable bounce, and some movement as well. And Shamimur, in his second spell, you can see his variety of bowling. It's been very impressive to the new batter Hassan as well.
Also, the bounce he is getting from that convention side end, that bounce was a bit predictable at times, but here you could see from the last delivery, from the similar length, that bounced a bit, a much more higher. It got a much more height on the previous delivery, but from the similar length, the batter was able to defend it really comfortably. So the batters are really on their toes, especially against the pace bowlers when they are coming from this roadside end. So this is not easy for the batters out there. Once again trying to penetrate that gap, but once again he failed to do so.
And it's a very good over on his return. Shamimur gives away just one run after 25. It's 120 for 5.
Rajiv continuing for his last over of his allotted quota of 8 overs. Bowled brilliantly so far. Yet to pick up a wicket, but he has been economical. 19 only he gave away in his 7 overs. Started off at decent length. Beautifully played as well through to the leg side for a single. Singles are very important at this point of time. Rotating the strike. Some rotation has been going in the com box as well. Once again, Shanur Rahman has been replaced, and I have been joined by Ahmed bin Parvez. Parvez, welcome back.
Thank you, sir. 5 wickets down into the 26th over. The primary challenge for Dhaka Bank PLC would be to play out their 40.
Rajiv deserves a wicket, hands down. He has been bowled brilliantly. Beautiful control over the lines and lengths. The batters showed respect as well.
He just has a couple of more deliveries in his bowling spell today to pick up the wicket that you're talking about. He's almost at the end of it. 7.4 overs bowled, none for 21. An epitome of control and discipline.
Slight changed. Deep square leg has been posted. Moved towards deep mid wicket. So there is an invitation for the batters to go over the top. Beautifully bowled, slightly quicker on that occasion. Batters need to be really, really watchful when they are playing Rajiv.
I think Firoz needs to stay till the end. That should be his thought process at the moment. Almost picking up a wicket in his final delivery of his spell. Polite appeal, but he takes his cap. And he will have his heads held high here. Rajiv finished his spell, 8 overs, none for 21. After 26, it's 122 for 5.
Shamimur, after bowling a 1-run over, he is continuing from the roadside end. End's been named by Shahanur Rabbani. Roadside end, and the other end has been named Convention Hall side end. Pretty conventional. Good start.
He's getting some bounce. Not a lot of movement at the moment. Yes, the sun is really out. The moisture has dried up. Not much movement for the quick bowlers, but they'll try to hit those hard lengths and keep it within the fourth stump channel. We need to keep on rotating the strike here, Hassan and Firoz. Hassan has been in the crease for quite some time. He's played out 17 deliveries, but he's found it very hard to rotate strike. Just the 3 runs to his name. We look to find those gaps. Lots of gaps to be found. Fielders in the deep protecting the boundaries, giving the batters ample space to score those singles.
Beautifully played into the vacant space for a 1-bounce boundary. Using the angle of the bowler, picked up the length very quickly as well, and it was an unwelcome boundary for Firoz.
Wasn't a good delivery onto his body, and the pickup shot probably played a bit early than anticipated. The ball did not come to him. He had to drag that quite a bit, but it helped him. Playing it early meant that the ball went behind square. There was a fielder at square leg, but he had no chance at all. So a good boundary, some momentum into this innings now for DHAKA Bank PLC. Firoz moves on to 27.
Oh, this time that was hurried by the bowler. And we were talking about the variable bounce the Pacers are getting from this end, Shamimur. And it was another example of that.
Absolutely, and 2 things happened in that delivery. Yes, was hurried a bit, but then the extra bounce almost stopped on him, so had to check his shot at the last moment.
This time he was ready for it. Went through. Really good swing of his body, I must say, from the batter. And the second boundary from the same area in this over.
That's a very good shot. Looks like he has a lot of control when he's playing that. The timing on this was even better. Does Shamim need to bring a fielder in that area behind square? Firoz has been finding that gap quite easily. And then follows it up with a single. This is very good batting from Firoz. He's got a bit of confidence on his back. Moves on to 30 of 35. End of another over. An expensive one from Shamimur. 10 runs coming of it. It's 132 for 5.
An expensive over from Shamimur. Consider 2 boundaries probably. He got a bit greedy. Enjoying the variability of the pitch. But now that is a past. The batters, they would love to continue that same rhythm. 132 for 5. We can see Rakesh back into the attack and greeted with a single down to that long on.
This has to be an important partnership here for DHAKA Bank PLC. We've seen their lower order click in the previous game. They put up 211 in 39 overs in the semi-final there. Some runs from the lower order came in handy in the end winning the game by 17 runs. They actually want to go and score somewhere close to 200. That could be their initial target with 5 wickets down at the moment. What do you think, Sajjad?
Well, they would love to achieve that. At the toss, Russell was talking about their target is 250 or even more. It will be a bit difficult to achieve that, but definitely if they can bat well in the very way they are batting at this moment, 220 is definitely a probability here. On the other hand, Rakesh, he needs to continue what Firoz has done for his team. Rakesh was introduced early in this innings and he was expensive in his first over.
I think there is a difference between how Rakesh has been bowling and even Rajiv, the other left-arm spinner from the other end. Rakesh has bowled slightly shorter. He's trying to bowl quick. This one was looped and full, slightly on the contrary. Allows the batter to go for that drive and pick up a single. Quiet over, a little bit quiet one. 4 runs coming of it. 4 singles after 28. DHAKA Bank PLC, 136 for 5.
Romeo. Asif Tanzil Romeo. Looking for his Juliet, maybe. If we name the wickets Juliet. 136 for 5 after 28. So Romeo has been introduced in the attack. A new bowler introduced in the 29th. Another left arm quick. Kept a bit low. No harm done for the batter.
Yeah, this is much better from Hassan. Starting to find his feet in this innings. 6 from 22. For sure he'll be looking for some big shots later on. But at the moment his main responsibility would be to give the strike back to Firoz, who's been striking the ball well.
Firoz was ready for that. Once again, it didn't rise at all, but Firoz picked up the length really quickly and he adjusted to the low bounce on that occasion. And yes, AVP, he is looking really good and he is the key wicket from here on.
The partnership moves on to 28 of 37 here. Some words of advice from the fielder at long on to Romeo, asking him to bowl slightly fuller because they've all seen how good Firoz is off the back foot and playing through the square leg. He loves the pace coming on to him. So the length management would be important from Romeo.
Beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled. And that is the assistance we were talking about the Pacers as getting from that roadside end. And Romeo is no different.
He has done well. Good adjustment. Immediately taking the advice from his teammates. This is his first over. So need some adjustment as well. Get some extra bounce. Comes in from wide of the wicket. An interesting bowling action. Helping the angle to move across the right-handed batter. So he's found his rhythm. Conceding just the 2 runs from his first 4. Has been a good first over so far.
Epl played. The short cover was in place and he was interested for a moment. Little adjustments Romeo is doing. He does not have a lot of pace, but he is using the angles, he is using the width of the crease, and he is using the variability the pitch is offering through him.
The batters are finding it difficult to get it from the meaty part of the bat, especially Hassan. He has struggled to rotate strike. Just the 2 runs from the Romeo over. After 29, it's 138 for 5.
Rakesh will continue. 3 overs left in this second power play, and after that, the fielding team will be allowed to have 1 more, and they will definitely need that 1 more extra fielder on the boundary line. Though the fielder was posted on the mid-wicket boundary and it was way over his head.
This is excellent stuff from Firoz. Attacking the bowler from ball number 1. Picked up a 6 with ease there. Full swing. Slog sweep. That ball was full. He made best use of it. So he's off to a runner ball now. Strike rate improving. 39 of 39. Just look at that pickup from Firoz. Almost hit the scorers out there. Finding the good areas to get those boundaries. Important runs for DHAKA Bank PLC. Looks like it could be a very competitive total here. Approaching 150 now.
Good comeback from the bowler. Rakesh needs to be tighter than that. He bowled in the first delivery. It was a loopy, it was a fuller length delivery. He bowled a decent over in the previous one. Once again, picked up really well. Firoz is on fire. There's the second 6 in this over.
Oh, this looks like it's going to be an expensive one from Rakesh. He's taking a liking to this spinner here, Firoz. Quickly moves on to 45. And the way that he's batting, he can take this total from 150 to over 200 probably. A milestone reached by DHAKA Bank PLC. 150 up within 30 overs. A good platform set.
Well, we were talking about the third power play will be there after 2 more overs after finishing this one, and there will be an extra fielder allowed on the boundary line, and Firoz is definitely looking that he wants to take advantage of 1 less fielder on the boundary line for these 3 overs, attacking Rakesh, who is struggling a bit with his lines and lengths.
Seems to be, especially in this one. Again short. He probably bowled the shorter length instead of trying to bowl it full, because Firoz has struck him on the leg side for a couple of 6s. So an expensive over comes to an end. 2 big 6s, 12 runs of it. After 30, it's 150 for 5. DHAKA Bank PLC. exactly at 5 and over here. DHAKA Bank PLC. They've lost 5 wickets as well. Lots of 5s in the scoreboard at the moment. Romeo to continue. And he's doing the job that he started in the previous over. Keeping the batters honest outside the off. Hassan struggling to find the middle of the bat. And I have beside me right now someone who's struggling to have his sights on the screen with the sun creating some disturbance. Shanu Rabbani. Oh, that was a very good appeal. Probably going down the leg is the signal from the umpire, Tanvir Ahmed. Shanu, are you struggling?
Yeah, this is quite the ordeal, but at the end of the day, we can see the ground directly, as can the umpires, and yeah, it was going or pitching outside leg, should I say. This time it's been cut, and cut nicely. Will go to the boundary.
Sort of an edge, but there's no fielder in the deep, and he finds the gap. Important runs here. That was the previous one. The LBW shout was pitching outside leg. That was the signal from the umpire, but the very next delivery went for a boundary. So Hassan will be a bit relieved. His first boundary should give him a bit of confidence here.
Again, but there is a fielder there, protection. Well timed nonetheless, using the pace and bounce of the bowler. Total moves on to 155 in the 30th over. I think DHAKA Bank, they'll be looking to use the final 10 overs to eclipse that 200 run mark.
And that shouldn't be very difficult the way that Firoz is batting at the moment. He needs to get more of the strike.
Again, there is protection. 4 fielders outside. Very soon it will be 5. So there will be more protection for the bowlers as the batters look to up the ante. With 5 wickets in hand, they can take some calculated risks.
And we've seen from the semi-final as well, they've got a strong lower order, can score those quick runs.
It's in the air. Fielder coming underneath, and Polash takes another catch, makes no mistake. That's the 6th wicket down, and it's Hassan. He has to depart.
It was almost desperate times for Hassan. Just picked up his first boundary earlier in this over. And then thought, should I chance my arm one more time? Picked the wrong delivery there, Hassan. He has to depart. At least played out a few deliveries, but it was a slow labored knock from him. 11 of 31. He walks back. Wicket number 6 down, and Firoz is left stranded.
Here's another look at the catch. Making no mistake. He's been good in the field as Polash. I was just talking about taking calculated risks. Now with 6 down, there might have to be a few overs where they're a bit more circumspect before they can again try and go for the bigger hits.
Yeah, things have been easier for Firoz comparatively. He's finding those gaps, can hit those big shots. We've seen that. Immediately there is some change from the DHAKA All-Stars in their strategy. They've brought in a faster bowler from the other end as well, since they've seen that Firoz started to build those spinners, giving him a different problem to contend with. Hits it straight. Sounded good off the bat. Fielder at long off and deep extra cover will converge. But just the single. Could they have taken 2?
I think it was good fielding in the end, and perhaps the batters were in two minds whether it was going all the way or not. 157 now into the 32nd over. This is the final over of the second power play where 4 fielders will be outside. Played fine, but straight to the fielder. Again, another single.
Another single, and off the mark goes the new batter. Easy to recognize with the pads that he's wearing. It's of a different, unique color here.
Lighter shade of blue, yeah. Now, in the gap. And it's gone. Gone for a boundary. With all the fielders behind the V inside the circle, you can take a few chances. And this length, Parvez, I think is not the right length to be bowling, even if you don't middle it. Those are easy pickings for the batter. That was a top edge that went for 4 easy runs. And that's it. Firoz, after getting to his 50, departs the very next delivery. He's clean bowled and has to take a walk back, but not before playing a very, very important knock. Started off slow and then built his innings up nicely. But DBL lose their 7th.
That was not a nice way to get out. Firoz Rashid will be disappointed with himself. 48 balls he faced for his 51, just picked up his 50, and then the very next delivery almost missed out on a full toss. Yet again, another batter perishes to a full toss. And after he picked his 50, he joins Raihan, who scored another 50. So 2 batters who settled down did well. Not a lot of contribution from the others, and Shumon happy to pick up his first wicket in this innings. They have been changing ends. The DHAKA All-Stars giving the bowlers opportunities from both the ends. Somehow they keep on finding those wickets. Keep on taking wickets at regular intervals. So now it's on to the late order. They'll have to persist. They'll have to try and survive. Try to play out the 40 overs. And also keep an eye on the run rate. It's way past 160 now, 162 for 7. So at least 38 more runs to get if they want to go to 200. That would be a psychological checkpoint that they want to reach from here on. This is the final. Of course, anything above 200 would be good.
Very good delivery, and you're keeping the batters in check. You mentioned keeping an eye on the run rate. They need to try and somehow get those 38 runs to feel that they've posted a total that's good enough. Very close to the stumps once again.
End of a successful over here from Shumon. The end of 32. It's 162 for 7. And of course, as informed from our official scorer, Mohammad Habibullah, the online scoring being done by Nishad. 32 overs done, which means the second power play is over as well. So the final 8 overs to go in this innings for Dhaka Bank PLC, and 2 new batters in the crease. That would be a problem for them. They don't have a lot of batting left after this as well. 7 down. In comes Romeo.
Quick single taken. We've seen plenty of pace Good pace bowling from the DHAKA All-Stars.
Yeah, it's been good from the pacers. The spinners have been disciplined as well. Bowl with control.
Will do the fielding of his own bowling.
I had to give the chase. All the other fielders in front of square on the leg side were in the deep. So he had to run all by himself, allowing the batters yet another single. So Rafi and Kamrul, the new partnership, current run rate still above 5, which is encouraging.
Played with soft hands, but the single isn't there. Overall, DBL, it's been a bit of a struggle for them for the most part in this innings. They lost 3 early wickets. There were a few partnerships in the middle, 250s, yes. But in the end, DHAKA All-Stars, true to their name, they've kept control.
And interestingly, just have a look at how their batting went about throughout this innings. The two set batters, Raihan and Firoz, probably got out at the worst time possible. Just could have maybe stayed back a bit just when the momentum seems to be going their way. They lost their two best batters in this innings, which is why I'm really not sure where they'll end up after 40.
That kept very low. And he's very lucky that it didn't hit the stumps. Rafi survives on this occasion.
Yeah, but if he's a bowler himself as well, I think he'd be looking at the wicket and saying to himself, we've got a chance here. Just need to pull this innings through, get a decent total on the board, 200. The behavior of the wicket has something for the bowlers.
This time it bounces a bit more. A very good over. Just 2 runs from it. After 33, 164 for 7. Shumon has bowled the 4 overs, taken 1 wicket, given away 25 runs into his 5th over. Kamru will face. Oh, digs it out. Was the attempted Yorker. Well directed. Keeps it down to a single.
It's not a surprise that Shumon comes up with a Yorker first up. We are well into the death overs now. He's trying to go full and trying to make it difficult for the late order batters to get easy runs from here on.
In the air, falling short. There was a fielder there exactly for that shot.
Let's at least pick up those singles. That would be the idea for these two. The current run rate has decreased. It's gone below 5 and over here. Boundary or 2 would help.
Again, it is Hoyt, but the fielding is good enough, up to the task. Keeps it down to a single. 3 singles from the first 3 deliveries so far in this over as the partnership moves on to 5.
And they're finding it hard to score quick runs here. Shumon bowling well.
Bit of an appeal, but more in hope than anything. But yeah, as far as DHAKA are concerned, they might want to wrap up this tail as quickly as possible. Maybe think of 180. They might be happy chasing anything under 200. Again, a play and a miss. Rafi being tested here on 3 of 8.
Yeah, he's been tested. He's not been able to connect. Couple of dot deliveries, beaten outside off. The angle from Shumon is pretty good. He's keeping it out of the hitting range and not bowling wide. So it's been a very, very disciplined spell of bowling from him on his comeback.
Appeal, celebration, and the finger finally is raised. Sajidul Islam, he took his time, and in the end, he agreed with the fielders and the bowler. So that is the end of Rafi.
I think the umpire was probably surprised that the batter hadn't walked off. Yes. Even we could hear it from here at the comm box. There was a sound, there was a nick. Immediately, the keeper appealed, the bowler started celebrating, but the batter stood his ground, waited for the dreaded finger to go up. Thus be Ibtisum Rafi goes for 3 from 10 deliveries. So DHAKA Bank PLC struggling at the moment. 167 for 8. We're waiting for confirmation for who the new batter is. Whoever comes in at the moment, I think we'll have to think about those 6 overs that they have to play out. 36 more deliveries remain. Shamul is the new batter. Kamrul will take strike. It's pace from one end and pace from the other as well. So Romeo will continue. Bowled his 3 overs, just conceded 10, picked up a wicket as well. So the DHAKA All-Stars have shown they've got lots of bowling options. They've got left arm quicks. We've seen a couple of them. Right arm fast, 2 of them. 3 spinners, 2 left arm off spinners, as well as a leg spinner. So they've got a variety of options that they've used throughout this innings, and almost all of them have picked up a wicket or 2. It's been a team performance from the All-Stars.
Oh, the non-striker. He was wanting the single. Samuel, the new batter in. Wanting to face the bowling of Romeo, perhaps.
Yeah, Romeo has got 75 on his back.
Searching for his bowling like a Juliet. Now, the outside edge falls short. Again, a single. This time Samuel will be on strike.
It's actually a good option to have your fielders behind the keeper in the boundary line. There is a deep third, deep square leg. Usually what happens with the late order batters, especially against the quick ones, any sort of edge might give you a boundary.
A direct hit, perhaps at the wrong end. In the end, you have to say a very cheeky single taken here.
Desperation shown from Samuel. We've seen him, even from the non-striker's end, is always eager to take that single. Picked up a single from his first, so off the mark straight away. Gradually moving to 170 here, DHAKA Bank PLC. Still not enough, I'd say.
Looking to deal in singles, eke out every single that they can. That wasn't far away from the off stump, I believe.
Yeah, and that was an off cutter from the left arm seamer. showing the array of variations that he has. Romeo, a slower delivery at this stage of the game is very effective. Doesn't look like a bowler who wants to york the batter out, rather keep him honest on a decent line and length and vary his pace. That's been his strength here, Romeo.
Now, doesn't time it. Look to go for that big shot. Has to settle for another run. Just the 3 from the over with 1 delivery left.
Could he score a boundary from the final one? Samuel is back on strike. He's a tall lad. Probably can use the long handle.
Decides to take another cheeky single. 4 from the over. 171 for 8 after 35. I've got a very excited and an exuberant Shahjad Udash next to me as he replaces Ahmed bin Parvez for the final 5 overs of this first innings. It should be very high-octane stuff.
Definitely the bowlers have some other ideas and they want to keep whatever adjectives you have used for their sides. They don't want to give it away for the batting team. They have picked up 8 wickets and perfect platform set to get the opposition all out even before the completion of the 40 overs.
Just 2 wickets left. Again, you can see the plan is simple. Nudge and nurdle for singles. Now, if I'm the bowling team's captain, do I keep all 5 fielders outside the inner circle or do I try and save all these singles that these 2 batters, Kamrul and Samuel, are looking to take by just milking the inner circle?
Very good point. A majority of the skippers would opt to keep the fielders on the boundary line. That is a wide from Shumon. So majority of the captains probably will opt to keep the fielders on the boundary line as we are approaching towards the finishing end of the innings, but I am in favor of bringing at least 1 more fielder, because in most of the innings you have fielded with 4 fielders on the boundary line with 8 wickets down and number 9 and 10 on the crease. Definitely you could create some pressure and none of them are going well, to be very honest. None of them are looking set. Neither Kamrul nor Samuel, both are relatively new to the batting crease. So why would you are allowing them to stay there?
Now that's in the air. Opportunity for Polash. And he holds on to it. Yes, with his feet. It's there. The catch is good. Using his hands and then his feet, his thighs to be exact. Making sure that it was a clean grab in the end. Kamrul has to depart.
There's a saying that if you want something really bad, it will fall onto your lap. That happened on that occasion. That's wicket number 9 for CAS and DHAKA Bank PLC. They wanted to reach 250 after 40 overs, and definitely that is a distant dream now. They are even struggling to complete the 40 overs, and number 11 is out. 173 for 9. Shumon picked up his 3rd wicket. He started off pretty expensively, but he came back really well.
Yeah, the spell by Shumon has been exemplary. And you look at how they've bowled this over. I was just questioning the field setup, that could they have a few fielders inside the circle. And what Shumon did in the next few deliveries is bowl a few short, look to aim at the head of the batter, almost fluster him. And we know with the lower order batters, if you play some mind games with them, they eventually succumb. And you look for that big shot the very next delivery. Again, a quick cheeky single taken. Maruf, he's off the mark.
Well, Maruf wanted to play towards backward point region, and he was looking towards that direction, but he had no idea that it was going towards that square leg. Nevertheless, a single to end the over, or no? One more delivery remaining in this over. 174 for 9. So the primary target for these two out there would be just stay there, play out all the 25 remaining deliveries.
Again, you can see this is a clear ploy. The fielding might want to change seeing all of this. After 36, it's 175 for 9.
The pick of the bowlers have come back. He bowled a 5-over spell, an extended one to start the innings, and he really kept things under control. He showed the way to his teammates how it's done. Picked up really important 3 wickets at the top, and now he has been brought back probably to finish off things really quickly. 3 for 13 of 5 overs, and he was a bit expensive in the last 2 overs. He bowling a bit wayward, bowling a couple of wides, probably was getting a bit tired. Now he is been well rested and should not be a problem to finish things off.
A change of gloves required for one of the tail enders, and we are going to have a change of innings very soon if one more wicket falls. Probably wants to get the hitting gloves ready with just 4 overs remaining, 24 legal deliveries. If they can even eke out 24 singles, that's close to 200, 199. You were talking about it just a while ago. And I think that's what's on their mind.
Absolutely, and they don't need to hit a lot of boundaries to achieve that. Just stay there, pick up the singles, the boundaries will come. Probably here and there you could pick up a few wides, leg buys, no balls extras. That will help as well. But going back to that change of gloves, and one incident comes to my mind is 2007 World Cup final. Adam Gilchrist putting a squash ball inside his gloves for a better grip, and it created a lot of noise after that game, that whether it should be allowed or not. We were too little to understand these things back then. But what do you think, Shanur? Was that an ethical thing to do by Adam Gilchrist?
I don't completely agree with you saying we were too little to understand these things, but as far as Gilchrist is concerned, ethical or not, the first thing is he did not get out in that match. He thought he was out and he walked. So perhaps putting the squash ball inside your glove made you think that you got out when you weren't out. And second of all, being the gentleman that he is, because He did the ethical thing in the spirit of cricket that we often talk about. Often we debate about what the spirit of cricket is. He did what he thought was right, which is he thought he was out and he walked. And as far as putting a squash ball inside your glove, I don't think there's any rule that suggests that you can't do that. If there is a specific rule that denies you from putting inside your glove or any part of your body something to help you enhance your game, then it's a different thing.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you, and I maybe then not really the same thing, but I can compare it with putting extra bit of tape around your fingers. So that's the small assistance, putting a squash ball inside the gloves. That makes the grip better. So if you can put extra tape on the bat or on the handle or on your fingers, so why not?
Speaking of putting tape on your fingers, the Australians actually did it in that Sandpaper Gate series. They actually put some sandpaper on top of the tape as well.
It's your team.
That happened in the home series before the Sandpaper Gate series. And then they went a step too far.
And definitely being a fan of South Africa cricket, you were not really fond of that. So good thing is, game has resumed here, and single of the first ball.
Yeah, just to end on that, I was an absolute fan of whatever happened, because to see Australians getting caught for that and everything that followed was quite something.
And that too from decorated players like Stephen Smith or David Warner. Definitely, it shocked the whole cricketing world. Nevertheless, absolute legends of the game we are talking about. Going back to that Adam Gilchrist incident, he, as far as I remember, he did a pretty similar walking away thing in the semi-final against Sri Lanka in 2003 World Cup as well. So yes, not really goes with the reputation the Aussies have been built. But Adam Gilchrist was an absolute gentleman of the game and one of my most favorite cricketers of all time.
One of the biggest reasons actually the ban happened is another single is taken for Steve Smith and David Warner. One of the reasons why the ban was as long as it was is because they actually admitted to it in such a haphazard way. Had they simply just not said anything, the Australian Prime Minister wouldn't have gotten involved and given them a 1-year ban.
Well, that if you put that a bit of honesty from their part, and that was celebrated and they were rewarded after serving their time outside cricket, they came back and they came back really well. Steve is captaining the Australian side currently, and they have continued being the legends for the Australian team. That is a beautiful shot, beautifully placed, bisecting those two fielders placed inside the circle, and that was a much needed boundary. So this is some good resistance from the lower order batters.
And of all bowlers, Imon, who has been the star of the show with the ball early on, coming around the wicket, the left-handed fast bowler, bisecting the two fielders, proper footwork used there, understanding that the ball would bounce a bit more. Maruf moves on to 6.
Good over for the batting side, though it was a dot to end the 37, 7 of it, 182 for 9.
So it looks like the change of glove has worked. It's brought about some runs. We were talking about at least getting 180. DHAKA wanting to keep them under 180. Perhaps they've exceeded that. 18 legal deliveries left. DBL required 18 more to reach that 200 run mark. Something they should be aiming at, even if they can manage singles every delivery.
Low full toss. Was searching for the Yorker Shumon that occasion, so it is a race between Shumon and Imon. Who will get to that fourth wicket first?
Well, obviously Shumon has 5 bites at the cherry in this over. 3 for 33. But for me, I still have to give Imon the props as the pick of the bowlers. Now, is this wicket number 4? His finger was raised. The umpire's finger remained in place.
That was a beautiful delivery. The outcome, the fielding side didn't like at all because they thought it was a nick of the bat of Maruf. But if you ask me, I am with the umpire. That occasion, I didn't heard anything. So it was a good delivery, but a dot ball only.
This time there is a nick. And the catch is taken. Brilliantly done by the wicketkeeper. On the second attempt, diving, making sure Parvez, an outstanding bit of fielding. Again, you see, first time he parried it and then he had to jump, dive, time it to perfection.
Brilliant grab, absolutely brilliant from the wicketkeeper. And 183, the final score. Dhaka Bank PLC got. Definitely they would have loved if the score was maybe 220 or more. But credit to the bowlers, that is the scorecard. 51 of 48 from Fidoz, 55 from 49 from Raihan. The two batters that crossed 50. Majidur got 22 and Hassan got 11, and nothing really much from the rest of the batters apart from the extra 12. So they have been bowled out before 2.5 overs, being bowled for 183.
Loads of bowlers used in this match by KAKA All-Stars. 7 of them with 5 of them, in fact, getting amongst the wickets. Imon with 3, the pick of the bowler. Shumon with 4, though, was the one with the final wicket. Faisal with 2, Romeo with 1. And really the others tried to keep things tidy. Wickets falling at regular intervals. There were a few partnerships for the 4th wicket and then the 5th wicket as well as the 6th wicket. But then it was a procession of wickets falling from 6 to 10. 156 for 6 to 183 all out. And KAKA All-Stars and the bowlers will be very happy with this. They need 184 to win from 240 deliveries when the run chase returns. It's time for the first innings break. We'll take a short break and be back with live action.
আমাদের সঙ্গে আছেন এই মুহূর্তে ঢাকা ব্যাংক পিএলসির ব্যাটার ফিরোজ। দারুণ ব্যাটিং করেছেন আজকে এবং প্রথম ইনিংস আপনাদের ব্যাট করতে হলো, টসে জেতার পর ব্যাটিং করলেন এবং 183 রান আপনারা স্কোর করতে পেরেছেন। তো ওভারঅল উইকেটের ব্যাপারে যদি একটা অ্যাসেসমেন্ট দিতেন।
আমরা দেখছি উইকেট সকাল থেকে অনেক ড্রাই এবং স্লো পিচ বলতে গেলে। আর এই ধরনের পিচে আসলে একটু ধৈর্য নিয়ে খেলাটাই মনে হয় বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ। তো আই থিঙ্ক 184 টার্গেট quite tough for the opponent because the pitch is quite slow. We maintain our line length at bowling, so we make it harder for them to chase it down.
ইনিশিয়ালি তো কিছু উইকেট পড়েছিল, তারপর এসে রায়হান একটা কুইক ফায়ার নক খেলার চেষ্টা করেছেন, 50 পেয়েছেন, আপনি নিজেও 50 পেয়েছেন। একটু অসময়ে কি আউট হয়ে গিয়েছিলেন বলে মনে হয়?
ইয়াস, অসময় বলতে গেলে, কারণ আই থিঙ্ক আরও 2-4 ওভার আই থিঙ্ক আমরা 40 ওভার ফুল কোটাটা পূরণ করতে পারতাম। আর সেক্ষেত্রে স্কোরটা 210-20 ইম্পসিবল ছিল না, সেক্ষেত্রে এটা আরও বেশি চ্যালেঞ্জিং হতো। সো আই থিঙ্ক অসময়ে আউট হয়ে গেছি আর কি।
But all the best, you've done very well. Let's hope your team does well in the fielding as well.
Sure, thank you.
So that was Firoz from Dhaka Bank PLC, one of the scorers who scored a 50. So let's see, he feels that 183 could be a competitive total. Let's see what happens in the run chase. Welcome back for the run chase. 184 to get. This is the Brac Epl Stock Brokerage Limited Corporate Amateur Cricket Tournament 25-26 final. 40 over game. The final between DHAKA All Stars and DHAKA Bank PLC. The DHAKA Bank PLC have won the toss and have elected to bat first. They've posted 183. They've not been able to play out the 40 overs, but will that be enough for them? On the comm box, this is Sajjad Udash and Ahmeddin Parvez accompanying you for the first part of the run chase from DHAKA All Stars. Sajjad, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Parvez. Good afternoon to everyone, whoever is watching this game and listening to us. Hassan will be the one who will start the proceedings for DHAKA Bank PLC. Jamil on strike. Opened the face of the bat, wanted a single, but there was not a run. The dot ball to start the innings.
Starts off with the dot ball here. Zamiul and Nazmul, the two openers, had the opportunity to speak to Firoz, one of the top run scorers from DHAKA Bank PLC, and he talked about the dryness of the wicket and mentioned that 183 could be a challenging total if they can bowl well and pick up early wickets. A big early appeal. Probably the height could be a factor. We'll have to look at the umpire's decision there. It comes from a leg by. So the first runs on the board for DHAKA All Stars. All thanks to a leg by. That was a good delivery nonetheless.
Started in a pretty similar fashion with an extra. As far as I remember, DHAKA Bank PLC started their winning to 3 extra. Oh, that was a quick bouncer. And that hit the helmet. Definitely a moral victory for the bowler. Good to see the fielder coming on check on the batter.
That was very, very nasty. Quick one, short, on point, on target. Was rising all the time, making it difficult for Nazmul to negotiate. And he will have the regulation concussion protocol check. We also have to look about the health of his helmet, since it struck him. Opened his helmet, maybe giving it a good hard look here. The umpires have converged as well. So early on, some aggression shown from the DHAKA Bank PLC bowlers, especially the opening bowler here, Hassan.
Well, once again, the variability of the pitch from this side, this roadside end. Once again, it comes to the equation. There is no monster left in the sun, but still, the quick seems that Nazmul will take off for now. And that's the smartest thing to do, definitely. Health comes first. That was a nasty one. He wanted to hook it, probably coming off the top edge of the bat, and it really hit him hard, back of the head. I'm not really sure whether all the shock was absorbed by the helmet alone. That is the danger part. It's good to see everyone prioritizing the health of the batter first. Definitely, we don't want to see this happen in the game. As I said, more than 50 for the bowler. If any bowler will be happy to see a batter getting injured. Yes, bouncer is considered as one of the most lethal weapons, but not as lethal against the life of batter.
Absolutely, but it's good to see the play will resume. But of course, for the health of Nazmul, we wish him all the best. and we hope that he can come back when he's available.
Shohan, the new batter. Oh, once again, beautifully bowled. The new ball is really talking in favor of the bowler there.
He's bowling very quick, and just to have a look at how he's bowled in his previous deliveries as well, the new batter coming in, Shohan, would know that this particular bowler here, Hassan, he's got a lot of pace. He's trying to hit the hard length, trying to bowl short, get into the batter's head from here on.
You can clearly see the tentativeness of the batter. This time it was targeted towards the body of the batter, Shohan.
And well left in the end. He tried to play at it, not able to put bat onto ball here, so pretty much a tentative start. Yes, there's no wickets on the wicket column, but they've lost their opener Nazmul, who actually was retired hurt after being hit in his helmet.
Again a short ball. Hassan is taking a liking to hit the batters there. An aggressive over comes to an end. 1 for no loss. Spin from the other end. Firoz batted really well. Picked up a 50. Now he has a job to do with the ball in his hand. 183 is the score they posted on the board. It is not a huge one, not a substantial one, but on the day, in the final, there is always a pressure of chasing, and you never know. 1 or 2 early wickets. And bowling like that, beautifully bowled, Firoz. The batter was playing for the spin, which was not there this occasion, and it nearly got the outside edge. Lot of noise around the batters. Already one batter back to the hut, getting injured, getting hit on the head. That kept low. Wide given by the umpire.
No runs of the bat yet. Both the runs coming from extras. It's a different ploy from the bowling side here. DHAKA Bank PLC, that's sloppy. The reason why I mentioned a different ploy is because it is afternoon, and early in the morning we've seen the DHAKA All-Stars going with pace from both ends, but here we see spin with the new ball, and it's the man who scored a 50 with the bat as well. So trying to make use of his early confidence with the ball in hand. Handy all-rounder, Firoz.
Well, DHAKA Bank PLC, they have the idea about how the pitch is behaving, and probably they noticed something for the spinners from that end, that convention hall end, and that is why they have introduced the spinner to start the proceedings from that end, and it is working so far.
It is working. Not giving away anything here, Firoz. Yet to score a boundary. They've made a slowish start. They've lost one of their openers, retired hurt, Nazmul.
The batters are looking to rotate the strike. You can see the approach. They know the target is not the biggest one. So it will be very interesting to see whether they would be looking forward to take advantage of the power play or not. It is not absolute mandatory though. Dot ball to end the over. A good one from Firoz after 2, 4 for none. Hassan will continue. Just a push from Sohan. And he was really ready on his back foot, assuming that once again the ball will misbehave.
This is good bowling from Hassan. You know what you're going to get from him. He's been bowling quick, he's been bowling short, always hurrying the batter. Needs to keep his energy levels high.
Tentative from the batter. It was above the head though, so signal wide. But yes, I got the fact that the bowlers are enjoying the variability of the pitch offering from that side, but still you have a new cherry in your hand and you are not really trying to extract whether there is any swing by making the ball on a shorter length, by pitching it on a shorter length. You are not even giving it opportunity to see whether there was any swing available. Just look at that. The fuller length delivery, and immediately the batter are under some pressure and they will make mistakes if there is any swing on offer.
Absolutely, a good point made here. But it also depends on the kind of bowler that Hassan is. Looks like he actually likes to hit the deck hard. Not everyone loves to swing the ball. A few of them would just want to dart them in, bowl quick, bowl fast. Hassan has been doing just that. Look at that extra bounce. Well within limits. The one bouncer will be signaled by the umpire Tanvir Ahmed. It is a dot ball and another warning sign for the batter. The bowler is coming at you. So the aggressive intent is really nice to see from Hassan. Quite a few extras being conceded here by Dhaka Bank PLC. Just 2 runs off the bat and 4 extras so far.
Oh, that kissed the gloves. That kissed the gloves. We will wait for the umpire's signal though. And no signal from the umpire. Yes. And again the batter were under trouble. Look at that. Hassan, lot of aggression. He followed the batter, cramped for space. And he was lucky enough that that ball went over the head of the keeper. It could cause his dismissal as well.
It was all uncomfortable for the batter. And in such situations where the bowler is really dominating, the best place for a batter to be is at the non-striker's end. So Jamul will feel very happy sitting at the non-strikers.
Good shot, Sohan. Yes, I was talking about pitching it fuller. There is a risk of getting hit for boundaries as well, but I'm liking this ploy from Hassan. You could see, yes, it was a very good shot, very well balanced hand-eye coordination, but very minimum footwork from Sohan. And that is where Hassan could cash in.
Let's see what he comes up with next. this would be tricky. My bet is he's going to go short once again. Oh, that's nicely picked up. Goes all the way. Best shot of the innings so far. And Sohan's counter-attack continues. Follows that 4 with a brilliantly hit 6. Nicely timed, nicely executed. Just look at that. Flew off his bat. The end of over number 3. It's a 17 for no loss.
Firoz will continue. Bit of aggression from Sohan from the last 2 deliveries in the last over. Short and wide, well fielded, very well fielded, and there is an opportunity of a run out. Another Sohan on the field. So Sohans are doing well.
Well put, very nicely put. Good cricket all over. Bowler trying to pick up a wicket, batters trying to score those runs, and the fielders putting in a stellar effort for DHAKA Bank PLC. Firoz continues his second over.
It will be very interesting to see the length management of Firoz, especially with the new ball in hand. So far, so good from him.
So far, so good. Yes, he's bowled with a lot of discipline here. Putting some pressure on the fielders. Could they have done better? I guess not. It was very well weighted. When boundaries are not coming, one other way to keep the pressure off is to pick up those singles, which they're doing off the off spinner at the moment.
And that is one of the most difficult things to do, especially within the power play, to pick up singles on a regular basis, because there are a lot of fielders within the circle to stop those singles, and you have to be really good to maneuver the gaps. Now a powerful hit towards that side screen, 1 bounce. Good job done by the long on fielder. He was waiting for that extra turn away from his body. A single only after putting all that effort behind that delivery.
Good effort there. And this kind of deliveries will make the batters think twice before they go for big shots. That was some steep bounce from a fuller length. So decent over for Firoz. No boundaries conceded, just the 3 runs after 4. DHAKA All-Stars, 20 for no loss.
Good to see the skipper putting a lot of trust on his fast bowler Hassan, even after being hit for a 4 and a 6 in the previous over. I thought the last ball of the previous over Hassan bowled, which went for a 6, it was a poor delivery bowled. Parvez, he was saying that probably it will be a short ball, and the batter anticipated really well. It was a short ball and it was so predictable. He was sitting on the back foot and helped on his way.
Yeah, he will continue. He's been aggressive. Aggressive pacers are exciting to watch. And this one kept a bit low here, so there are things that the bowlers have noticed, and the batters will also try and adjust. The wicket in general has been good for batting. The ball comes onto the bat, The only issue here could be some sort of variable bounce, especially when the bowlers are targeting the stumps or bowling just outside off. We've seen a few fly to the keeper, and then we've seen a few keep very low right from the get-go actually.
You could see the batters are waiting on the back foot. So the previous delivery, when it was bowled on a fuller length, also it kept a bit low. So it really bothered Sohan. But this time it was an easy single. So Hassan really needs to be a bit unpredictable in terms of length, because he is not offering a lot of movement of the pitch, neither in the air. A gentle query, but no response from Tanbir Ahmed.
Yeah, it was just the bowler who got excited. Has a lot of fielders in catching positions here, mid-wicket, catching cover, this point, extra cover as well, mid-off, mid-on. The two fielders in the boundary ropes are deep third and deep fine, so literally every space there to explore if you can hit it over the top.
You could see once again it was bowled on a fuller length and the batter was not ready. He picked up a single though. Not very comfortable, but runs are coming. That is important for All Stars.
Very important runs. Made a slow start and then suddenly picked up the run rate with Sohan putting up that counter attack, going for those big shots in his previous over, picking up a 4 and a 6 of Hassan. He's done better in this over. Just the 3 runs. Short, pulled away. And it goes the distance. The over ends on a high for the All Stars. Picked up another 6. Just look at that shot. Shuffles across into his body, but well struck. Good balance. And there was someone outside the boundary ropes who could have taken that catch probably. Jokes aside, DHAKA All Stars 29 for none after 5 overs. So Zamiul and Sohan, the two batters, one the aggressor, the other really just giving him that partnership, hanging around. It's been a good counter-attack from the DHAKA All Stars after a very slow start. Well bowled. Had he been able to keep it within the stumps, probably would have caught the wicket that he wanted, Firoz. Into his 3rd over, none for 6. All Stars 29 for no loss. Welcome back, Shanur.
Thank you, ABP. And yeah, All Stars playing like All Stars at the moment, in total command of proceedings. They will want this momentum to continue in the all-important final. Again, it's lofted. One bounce and it goes to the boundary. It's raining 4s and 6s here in Mirpur as DHAKA All Stars, they get off to a blistering start.
Got off to a blistering start, no doubt. Firoz was bowling well. He's starting to leak runs as well from here. On the full. No runs taken. There is mid-off. This is a very good start. I think exactly something that DHAKA Bank PLC wouldn't have wanted to do.
Much better on this occasion from Firoz, and getting some encouragement from his fielders. Now they can't let their shoulders drop. Yes, DHAKA All Stars know that they don't have a massive total, to chase in front of them. But 1 or 2 wickets here, and it could really change the complexion of the match. As we're done with 6 overs, it's 33 without loss. Raihan coming into the attack for the first time. Sohan, he's batted very nicely, 19 off 14. Zamul, on the other hand, they're giving him good support. 9 from 21. Medium pacer Sohan, slightly down the leg side. And he'll take advantage with just a single though. Partnership, 33 from 34 deliveries.
It's a very good partnership. They lost Nazmul, the opener, got hit on the head. And the man who did that, Shumon, bowled 3 overs and has been replaced by Raihan. And if you can recall, Shanu, Raihan batted really well coming in at number 5, picking up a 50 himself.
And he's bowling pretty decently as well. Perhaps the good work that he did with the bat will help him gain some momentum with the ball. But you rightfully mentioned that it is technically 35 for 1 for DHAKA All Stars because they have lost one of the batters due to a head injury. First power play in motion here, just 2 fielders outside the inner circle. It's a 40 over match, so the first power play is the first 8 overs. The second power play is from the 9th to the 32nd over, and the third power play is the last 8. That means the 33rd to the 40th over. Required run rate, a very gettable 4.45.
Yeah, it's very gettable, especially with the kind of start that they've made. So I think the only thing that can put the brakes on what they've done so far, the DHAKA All-Stars, is if DHAKA Bank PLC are able to pick up a couple of quick wickets early on. Because the shoulders will seem to drop very soon. This partnership goes on.
A nicely caressed, but straight to the fielder, and you can see that the fielders are still giving plenty of chirp and support to their bowlers. They know that it's a final, still plenty of runs required, 150 odd needed. They don't want to make it too easy.
It's not the quickest, just trying to maintain a decent line and length. And Zamul seems to be the batter who's focused on just going behind those balls, fending them off. 9 of 22, the end of the over. After 7, it's 35 for no loss.
Firoz into his 4th over now. Oh, beats the outside edge, beautifully bowled. Unlucky. On that occasion, Zamul was beaten. Zamul Untu.
He has struggled a bit, for sure. He's played out a lot of deliveries here. Can he find the gap? He does. Past the fielder, valiant effort. But ball finds the gap finally. The extra bounce actually helped out that slice. And once it dropped on the pitch, just spun away from the fielder. So good shot, a pressure releasing shot. But his team are under no pressure at all, Shanur.
Yep, treating the ball to its merit. It was short and slightly wide. He made sure that he waited, played it late and into the gap. Tried the dose again. This time it's gone for a dot ball. Brac Epl Stars 39. This time it's lofted and over the fielders. Another boundary, the second one in the over.
It's a good one here. It's a very good one. This is the last over of the power plays. So the batter is making good use of it. Shuffles across. The ball was still wide. Stretched and fetched the ball very nicely. Caresses that through the covers. 43.
Straight back to the bowler. But he manages to unfortunately drop it. This could be a big moment in the match. Came at a very easy height. Got to it as well, but just the catching technique was all wrong. This time again, it's in the air. And the batter, Zamul, the very next delivery, he throws it away. Survived the previous delivery, but not the next one. And Firoz in the end, Firoz has the last laugh. Brac Epl Stars lose their first wicket.
That was pretty naive from the batter. Not the best shot selection, especially after he scored a couple of boundaries already. Not sure why he went for that shot. Just survived in the previous delivery. Firoz dropped the catch, and this time he decides, I'm going to give you an even easier one. Go and try and take it if you can, and he's taken it. Scores a 50, picks up the first wicket. Firoz is the man who's trying to turn things around for the DHAKA Bank PLC side. They've lost their first, DHAKA All Stars. Zamur has left, and end of the power plays, end of over 8. They're 43 for 1.
Not too dissimilar, the two teams. DHAKA All Stars, they're 43 for 1. Technically 43 for 2. DHAKA Bank, they were 41 for 3 after 8 overs as umpire Tanvir Ahmed signals that it's the end of the first power play. And the second one is about to begin. Chauhan on strike for that. So with that, the field spreads out. 4 fielders can be outside the inner ring. And as expected, there is a long on, a deep third, a deep fine leg, and also a long off. Raihan, he pulled the 1 over in for his second. Massive appeal. The umpire on this occasion, Tanvir Ahmed, unmoved.
I mean, very animated, the bowling side. Firoz got one. Raihan was looking for the other. Just sliding down the leg side. Was that a decoy for them to entice the umpire to not give it a wide?
It seemed to have hit the pad, which is why you saw the deviation. This time it's tucked away, but again, another dot ball. So DBL, they are fighting. And that man, he's the one who took the wicket in the last over, Firoz. Chauhan, though, he's gone off to a good start. He'll want to continue. Apesh into the gap, and in the end, all the way for another boundary.
This is very good batting. This is aggressive batting. Batting with a positive mindset here. Raihan doesn't have a lot of pace, trying to take pace off the ball. And that was intentional from the batter. Hitting it over the top of the infield. There was a gap in the deep. There was an extra cover fielder who was running along. He had no chance once the ball went past the infield. So Sohan has got a bright start and intends to keep it that way.
Raihan threw the bait and the batter gleefully took it and took full advantage of it, because there is no protection at the deep behind the V on the offside. There is no deep point, deep backward point, and that's exactly why you really can't bowl short and you can't bowl it too wide. Raihan got punished for it, immediately fixed his line and length. This time, shouts of catch it, but it's gone the distance. It's a big six from the bat of Sohan.
What a shot. Catch it was the call, probably for some spectator out of the boundary ropes. The moment it hit the bat, it sounded so good. Did not get a lot of elevation. It was flat, but it was timed very sweetly. So the fuller delivery is not working on Sohan at the moment, and Raihan turning out to be a bit expensive in his spell. 50 comes up for the All-Stars as well.
10 runs so far. Make that 11 from the over. After 9, it's 54 for 1.
In terms of runs, if you have a look at how the All-Stars have batted, they've been at par with what DHAKA Bank PLC did when they batted, but the only issue is that DBL kept on losing wickets, whereas the All-Stars, they have kept at it, and they understand that they don't need a lot of runs to win this game. 184, they've got still a lot of overs to go, and once the target gets less than 100, that's when I think DHAKA Bank PLC bowlers and fielders, they'll start to panic. You might have to do something out of the ordinary. Whatever they're doing at the moment, at least in terms of wicket taking, isn't working. So they either need a couple of very tight overs to create pressure on the batters, or do something extraordinary with the ball to pick up a wicket here. They need to create pressure from both ends. Firoz will continue with his 5th. He's been bowling from one end continuously.
Yeah, they've relied on spin from the get-go. And eventually, it reaped reward for DBL. What it does is, it also keeps the over rate very nice. With the winter season, the sun does tend to set slightly early. By 4:30, you start losing natural light. Although we're quite a few hours away from that, but still you want to be ahead. You want to hurry the batters as well. You want to make sure that you're keeping things moving. Firoz is managing to do that.
A string of dot deliveries, I think that's the least that is expected from him. And since he's picked up the only wicket that fell in the previous one, captain relies on him even more.
Just a single from the 4th delivery. Mahmood for the first time will face a delivery. Yeah, the captain might think of bowling Firoz another over if he can try and get another wicket, because that's the only way you can stop the team.
That was short. A fumble, but the batters decide not to take a risk on the misfield. So it's been a very, very decent first 10 overs. Or well, we just have one more ball left in the over. Firoz to go and bowl that.
Just a single from the over. Game is in the balance. After 10, it's 55 for 1. Maruf to come into the attack. Change in bowling, and there will be a change in as well. Replacing Ahmed bin Parvez is Shadjad Udash. Welcome back, Shadjad.
Thank you so much, Shanur. Good afternoon again to everyone. 55 for 1 after 10. At this stage, Dhaka Bank PLC, they were sitting on 60, but they lost 2 more wickets. And that is the key, especially when the All-Stars are chasing a modest total, 184 from 40 overs. So if they could keep wickets in hand, they really could grab even a higher run rate if that goes down to that point. Sohan, he is playing so beautifully, striking over 100. Also, he didn't hit one single shot. At least I don't remember one single shot where he hit it out of anger. Just all pure timing, pure cricketing shots from Sohan so far in this innings.
And that's what you require in a final as well. You want your top order batter to be batting sensibly. And he's held up his end of the bargain so far. He's gotten himself a good start, but it's important he carries on. If he stays till the end, for sure, DHAKA All-Stars will finish on the winning side.
And even after the first power play has ended, both batters, they are looking to milk the singles. So this is really some matured run chase so far in this innings, but we are only in the 11th over, and cricket is a funny game. You never know. Maybe a couple of tight overs, maybe a few wickets here and there will definitely bring the fielding team back into this game, and they are waiting for that. But they cannot keep waiting for that. They have to do something. They have to make the batters to do mistakes.
If you want to induce mistakes from the batters, you have to do the basics, right? Be as metronome as possible. Try and build pressure just little by little, bit by bit, and then see if the batter crumbles. So far, Maruf in this over has been good. You can see there's an extra step in the fielding as far as DPL are concerned. They just recently took a wicket. I feel that if they can get one more, whether it's Sohan or the new batter Mahmood, they'll stay in this game. 11 done, it's a 59 for 1.
$59 for 1 after 11. In search of wickets, Dhaka Bank PLC. They picked one. Not really sure the condition of the other batter who got hit on the head. Nazmul it was. Thanks to Parvez having his lunch and providing information to us. And Shanur, what's wrong with your memory? Come on.
Yeah, I was also having my lunch. I was just having my lunch. Firoz, on the other hand, he is just maintaining his lines and lengths, and that is leading to some iffy moments for the batters. The required run rate isn't that big, so it's all about taking wickets. And Mahmood, being the new batter in, he can afford to take his time, but he doesn't want to get bogged down either.
This is a really elongated spell from Firoz. He started the proceedings and into his 6th over, being a spinner, maybe the fitness will not be a problem, but the problem is we were expecting the spinners to take more effect, especially in this around this time, 1 or 2 p.m. But this is a really good pitch to bat on. Has not misbehaved till now.
Apart from the odd ball keeping low during the Pacers, this has played nicely. Oh, there is an appeal. Leg umpire Tanvir Ahmed, he isn't going to oblige to it. 3 runs so far from the over. Firoz will have 2 more overs left after this. Wonder if he will bowl all 8 in one go.
That appeal for run out, especially from that fielder, a third man. More, you can define that as optimism, desperation. The batters are looking very comfortable out there.
12 gone, 62 for 1. Maruf to continue. Spin from both ends. Mahmood is moved on to 4 runs from 10 deliveries. Really hasn't looked hurried at all.
Why should he? The target is not the biggest one. They have wickets in hand. Sohan batting beautifully at the other end. All he needs to do is provide some support to Sohan.
And so far, he has done that. We haven't seen a boundary in a few overs though, with the 2 spinners in action. Let's see for how long that continues. And another dot ball, 4 dot balls in a row. This is good stuff from Maruf.
I'd love to see the Dhaka Bank PLC skipper Russell to bring one more fielder in the circle, especially when Mahmood is on strike. Mahmood is not really looking to hit the ball over the top. Even when he is playing the shots on the leg side or the offside, anything, anywhere except the V, he is trying to play it on the ground.
Zohan keeps the strike for the new over after 13. It's 65 for 1. 64 for 1.
$64 for 1 after 13. Firoz is continuing. I wonder whether it will be one single spell for him.
Giving it his all for the final. They're not looking to play big shots off his bowling. He will have one more over left after this, and I think they want to keep things quiet for as long as possible. Try and up the required run rate. The current run rate was 5.5 a while ago. It's dropped down to 4.9, and required run rate is up to 4.5 as well.
Well, so far, yes, the run rate has dropped down a bit, but the record run rate is still under control. And the run rate is dropping down not because of the tight bowling or something extraordinary from the bowling side. It is dropping down because the batters are not looking really, they are not looking that they are trying hard or they are taking risks to score runs. They know what they need to reach and they are trying to play accordingly.
Yeah, 1 dot so far. Over reads like a binary. Let's see how Firoz continues. Another one, almost stump to stump delivery. The batters do cross.
Decent over from Firoz so far. Slight adjustment in the field. A deep cover. Was that a drop chance? Was that an opportunity? Well, the body language from the bowler says so. 67 for 1 after 14.
Partnership of 24 from 36 between Shohan and Mahmood. Maruf so far has bowled 2 overs, giving away just 6 runs. He will want to continue. Oh, an appeal, but a stifled one, perhaps height being the issue here. Sohan batting a runner ball. 38 from 39 was 38 from 38 just a while ago.
Height was the issue for both of them. The bowler, the batter as well. It kept a bit low than he anticipated. But also the height saved him.
And just a while ago, Shohan asking the scorer what the total is, how many overs are done, because the manual scorer is taking a break on his lunch break. Decided to take it in after the 11th over, so that's why he can't see the number of runs being scored and which number over has been completed in that scoreboard. Again, another single. Mahmood looking a lot more comfortable. Looks a very tidy player, and you get the feeling that if these two hang on for a few more overs, they can really take the game away again in favor of DHAKA All Stars.
Yeah, very easy for the batters right now. Not really in any sort of hurry. Last ball of the over. That's the big shot we were talking about. The long on have to go out of the boundary to pick it up. 6 to end the 15th. 76 for 1. $108 required from 150 deliveries, so required rate is not a problem. Neither is the wicket column. Only one down so far. Sohan batted really beautifully so far, 40 of 41. Mahmood is kind of playing the anchor role currently, and they are looking really comfortable. 76 for 1 after 15, and there is a slight change in the com box. Shanur Rabbani has been replaced by Ahmed bin Parvez. Parvez, welcome back. How was the lunch?
Thank you so much, Sajjad. Yes, I was happy with the lunch. I'm comfortable as well, sitting here. And it looks like something uncomfortable has to happen very soon if the Dhaka Bank PLC team wants to get back into this game. And after that marathon spell from Firoz, there is a change in bowling. From the convention hall end, in comes Rana. Another spin option being deployed here. Sohan has been the aggressor so far. Doesn't need a helmet, he doesn't need a cap. He's taken all that off. Wants to see the ball better. Fast approaching his 50. A vital knock for his team.
Well, without any protective gear on his head, Sohan, he must not forget why he is there. He is replacing a batter, Nazmul, that is getting hurt and retired, hit on the head.
Yes, of course. And when there is variable bounce on offer, sometimes even going for those sweeps could be a problem for the batters. And I've talked to a few batters and they've actually spoken about how they feel comfortable. Some batters you'd see even in international cricket, even at the highest level. Ooh, that's well bowled. The batters tend to still wear the helmet throughout the innings. A few of them are comfortable doing that. But for a few others like Mahmood and Sohan, they'd prefer a cap or maybe no cap in case of Sohan.
Well, it's looking like Mahmood is feeling the hit a bit. He is trying to maneuver the gaps, but failing for a while now. Though Sohan hit a 6 in the last ball of the previous over. This is good from Mahmood, getting off strike. Partnership currently on 35 from 47.
A partnership that needs to be broken as soon as possible. One more ball left in the over. It's done well, Rana. Kept it tight. Not giving the batters a lot of room to play a big shot. Just the 2 runs from this. Tried to play it over the top through the covers, not timing it very well. Sohan will pick up a single and keep strike. After 16, the All-Stars 79 for 1.
আরে তুমি এইটা যেটা লাইভ স্ট্রিম করতে সেটা দেখাবা তুমি আসো এটা করো তাড়াতাড়ি আসো
Maruf will continue. What's the name of the side that Shanur labeled this end? The roadside end?
Yes, roadside end. When you are in Dhaka, you must enjoy the roadside food available. And this is something new, roadside end. Probably not the best name he gave, but at least he gave it a name. In the air, and the fielder accepted it gleefully. That is a huge wicket. Sohan departs after scoring a very well played 42, and that was a much needed breakthrough.
Oh, that was very odd. We've talked about how composed he has been, very assured in shot making. Sohan, this time, he had a look at the roadside, thought he'd send the ball over there, instead just skied it, and a good catch taken by Khan. So Mohammad Sohan departs 42 of 45. The All-Stars lose their second on 79. A lot of dignitaries making their way here for the final of the Brac Epl Stock Brokerage Limited Corporate Amateur Cricket Tournament 2025-26. And of course, for the grand finale between DHAKA All-Stars and DHAKA Bank PLC. They're all here. And I'm pretty much sure we'll have a very big lineup during the post-match presentation. That has been another feature of how DHAKA operates. It's a very good time to spend your weekend coming to watch the amateur cricket scene. Two of the best teams in the tournament facing off. And the wicket in this over has actually made things pretty interesting here, Sajjad. rotate strike from here on.
Big shot attempted, and that was a brilliant connection from Shamimur, and that will shake off some pressure of the shoulders of Mahmoud.
What a shot. Never looked like he is the new batter. Immediately putting pressure on the bowler. Rana had been accurate so far. That was full and in the slot. Shamimur, he won't hang around. Will go for his big shots wherever he feels he can hit them. 8 of 4. Looks like a very solid batter.
Once again, this time, again in the gap. Beautifully played inside out shot. Shamimur, he is on a roll.
What a shot this time. Not the easiest of shots. Went inside out. Just between long off and deep extra cover. So this is the kind of counter attack that you need. We're on screen, by the way. And the requirement now for the All-Stars is less than 100. So they just need 90 to win. Lots of balls in hand, 8 wickets in hand as well. Looking pretty comfortable.
An expensive over comes to an end. 14 in this over from Rana, 94 for 2.
That's the dugout of the All-Stars. Seemingly pretty comfortable. Raihan is back. 2 overs for 12. Bowled within the power plays. The target there in red on screen, 184. So they've gone past the halfway mark in terms of the run chase. Need 90 more runs to win, the All-Stars.
Raihan batted well, though he batted pretty low down the order in the previous game, but today he batted like a proper top order batter. Scored a 50. Initially had his difficulties in terms of techniques, but with every moment he passed on the crease, he looked better and better. Now he needs to pick up a wicket. Tall lad getting some extra bounce.
Yeah, and doesn't put in a lot of shoulder into his bowling. Sort of floats those deliveries, trying to focus on control rather than pace. And sometimes these are the kind of bowlers who can agitate the batters with ball not coming in with a lot of pace.
Oh, hard luck for the wicketkeeper. That occasion kept low and signaled by with the batter, with the wicketkeeper as well.
It's unlucky for the keeper. Could he have done better? Oh, looked to have hit the bat on the inside edge. 4 runs to the batter. Yes, 4 runs given. 18 from 8. Lucky.
He was looking to pick up that single to take the score towards that 3-figure mark, but he has to wait for at least one more delivery. Shamimur, he is striking at 200. And he is really taking the game away from the DHAKA Bank PLC.
Rightly mentioned about taking the game away. Raihan on that occasion was trying to take the ball away from the batter. Got some extra bounce, spongy bounce off the wicket. We've talked about how the wicket might play a role and probably get slower as the day goes on. It actually held on very well. Still looking very good for batting.
They have to wait for another over to celebrate the 100 on board. 99 for 2 after 19.
The guests, the dignitaries making their way under the shade, enjoying a weekend of amateur cricket. And of course, many of them you'll finally see during the presentation as well, giving away all the awards. Today is the final. Winner gets it all. Now at the moment, if you ask me who the favorite is to pick up the trophy, it will definitely be the All-Stars. Almost the team 100 achieved. Just the 2 wickets down. The 2 batters already forming a good partnership here. Shamimur has made a very quick start and made life easier for Mahmood, who's holding one end. 16 of 29. The current run rate is very healthy, 5.21. This is excellent stuff from the All-Stars in this run chase.
Shaikh. Short and wide. There is a fielder. And that is the single that took the score to 100. 100 for 2. They need 84 more. And they are sitting pretty comfortably in this game.
Yes, just 4 and over will do the job for them. Unless wickets keep on falling, I don't find any reason why they won't be able to reach this total. Catch it was the call. The fielder was in 2 minds whether to reach for it or to stop the ball from going towards the boundary. In the end, just a single taken, but it was a risky shot there.
Well, you were talking about the fielder being in 2 mind, Rahman there at backward point. I think the skipper, he needs to convey a message that go for the wickets. You must go for the wickets. Doesn't matter. You concede one or two more runs, extra runs on the process, but wickets are something that will bring you back in this game. Nothing else.
Very well put. Wickets will win you games. And at the moment, the way that the batters are milking those singles, it's making life very tough for the DHAKA Bank PLC bowlers. And the fielders gradually, shoulders dropping down, slightly in confusion, running out of ideas. Something magical has to happen.
Once again played upishly, but there is a protection who has been very busy in this over at deep point. At least 3 of the 4 singles in this over went towards that direction, 103 for 2. And that also shows that Shaikh is keeping it short and wide, which I'm afraid very less likely to bring you wickets.
peppers that cover region. End of another over. 5 runs of it, 5 singles after 20. All Stars 104 for 2. And they need just 80 to win from the remaining 20 overs. End of the 20 overs means it's time for a short break, a drinks break. 104 for 2, 80 needed of 120 deliveries. 4 and over would do for the DHAKA All Stars. That's the equation in front of us. 80 runs to get for the DHAKA All-Stars against DHAKA Bank PLC. We're here at the Police Staff College Cricket Ground for the Brac Epl Stock Brokerage Limited Corporate Amateur Cricket Tournament 2025-26. This is the grand finale. Mahmood and Shamimur forming a partnership. And to break that, it's Raihan. Four runs and over. That is the requirement from here on. Probably if these two stick around for a while, they could win the game with quite a few overs in hand. But the break, has it helped the bowling side or the batting side? That will be the question. Must be some change in strategy for the DHAKA Bank PLC bowlers as well. Raihan to continue. Slowish first delivery, slightly short. Immediately, runs are flowing. I have Shanur Rabbani beside me. Welcome back.
Thank you, BP. Yeah, to win 79, 119 deliveries left, and definitely the way these two, Shamimur and Mahmood, are batting, they want to reach it without taking too many risks.
Risks not required at all. What can the DHAKA Bank PLC do different in this context? I mean, I still see a lot of gaps. Just the 5 fielders within the circle. Could they add a few more? That was a cutter. Nicely bowled from Raihan. Deception from him. Lack of pace troubled Mahmood. Could they bring a couple of more fielders in? Could they create a situation where the batters will have to take a risk in order to get some runs? We have a look at the replay one more time. He's beaten outside off. That was a nice leg cutter there from Raihan, using his variations well. Steps out, misses it all together. 106 for 2. So 2 runs from this over so far.
I like the effort that DHAKA Bank are putting, despite being quite a bit behind the 8 ball. They're trying to fight and fight hard. Again, a bit of a mix-up! But in the end, the non-striker stays safe. Shamimur puts the dive in. After 21, it's 106 for 2.
There's actually one more ball left in the over. So have a look at that run out opportunity. Raihan was behind the ball. Even a clean take, if you could break those stumps, things could have been close. It was a yes-no situation between the batters, and Shamimur, almost halfway into the pitch, had to run back, put a dive in.
This time the running is much better. Much better understanding. And in the end, this is the over. 107 for 2 after 21.
Shaikh will continue. Just bowled 1 over, conceded 5 singles. Soft hands from Mahmood. So medium pace from both ends, Shanur.
Yeah, we were getting spin from both ends for quite a bit, and now they've definitely felt like after the drinks break, a change in pace might bring a change in fortune. Only time will tell, though. Well, this time it's into the gap. Two fielders in the end converging, and some runs are saved. 2 are scored. Mahmood moves on to 23 as a result, 109 for 2.
This is good running, much better, especially after what we saw in the previous over where there was a confusion between the batters. Good to see they're picking up twos where available.
Again, a similar sort of shot, but this time straight to the fielder inside the circle.
Yeah, they're meandering along. They don't need to take any sort of risks from here on. 3 runs came from the previous over, 2 runs from this over so far. They just need to go at 4 and over. They'll reach the target easily.
Again, some urgency in the running between the wickets. A direct hit. Square leg umpire Tanvir Ahmed will only have to fix the bails, put them on top of the stumps, and one more run is added to the total. Sheikh is trying to keep things tidy. Shamimur, keep in mind, was the player of the match in the last game, was the top scorer in the semi-final, scored a half century. 57 from 52, and he's off to a good start here as well. They receive. Was a direct hit. Shouts of catch it. But it goes into the gap. And for a boundary. Good end towards the end of the over. Making it slightly expensive now. 7 runs from it. 1 delivery left.
A streaky boundary there. Not in a lot of control. Shamimur, you've talked about how he wants to score those quick runs. Even in the semi-finals, played an innings at over 100 strike rate, 57 of 52. He's got a flying start here as well, 24 of 15. Though the last shot, there was a clear lack of control in that and just went past the keeper. Streaky boundary. Nonetheless, 7 from this over already. Much more than what they need. They're looking very comfortable here, the All-Stars.
They decide to take the single in the final delivery. A bit of miscommunication when they're running between the wickets, but in the end, all's well that ends well. After 22, it's 115 for 2.
$69 to win of 108 deliveries. Shamimur on strike. They've taken their time. DHAKA Bank PLC, they've taken their time to decide who to bring in. And Maruf is being brought back. Picked up a wicket. 4 overs, 1 for 16. The keeper with his helmet on. Stand close to the stump. So the experiment with Raihan after the drinks break hasn't worked. Just the 1 over to him. And he has been replaced with spin.
Shamimur looking to be expansive, finds the gap on the leg side. Tees it over for a bounce and a boundary.
He's making things look very easy here. Shamimur is taking the attack to the bowlers. He could be the reason DHAKA All-Stars will feel very confident about this run chase. It was short. It was a very ordinary delivery from Maruf.
This time straighter down the ground. Will just be a single though. But yeah, he's really increased his strike rate. Mahmood on the other hand, very circumspect, 24 from 42 deliveries.
That's short. Nicely struck. Flat. And goes on towards the boundary ropes. So Mahmood has also broken the shackles. Boundaries are coming from both ends now.
Lovely shot. Going in on his back foot. The transfer of weight was very nice. Kept his balance. Played through the line of the ball. Again, this time it's slightly uppish. There'll be another run, turning into an expensive over. Maruf started off well, but this is the first time where the two batters have really shown a bit of aggression. 10 runs so far from the first 4 deliveries. Oh, had to get some bat on it, or else a stumping was on the cards.
I did very well actually. Shamimur had to stretch. Even before the bowler was delivering it, he decided he's going to go down the ground. So clever bowling from Maruf, bowling it wide. And the batter did really well to put some bat onto it.
Cuts it and just lands in front of the fielder. In the end, goes for 4 more runs. A big over this. 15 coming from it.
Nice shot. Very well played. Finds the gap. No one in the deep. So Shamimur really taking the game away from the DHAKA Bank PLC. After 23, the All-Stars 129 for 2. A big discussion happening at the moment. It's now or never. 55 to win of 102. So the equation absolutely in favor of the DHAKA All-Stars, restricting DHAKA Bank PLC to just 183, getting them all out. And then when they came on to bat, most of their batters have shown a lot of positive intent, and they are reaping rewards of that. 34 of 20. Shamimur has been explosive. Mahmood has got his tempo as well. 29 of 44.
Played with soft hands into the gap. Milking the singles as well. Just a matter of 54 runs now. 101 deliveries left. The last few overs, DHAKA All-Stars have really turned the screw and the momentum has shifted their way.
He's trying to bowl quicker now, Tushar. I think sometimes you also have to think about putting that dot ball pressure onto the batting side when everything else are not working. Goes for the flighted delivery, hits it high, fielder underneath, opportunity, reverse cup, taken. Elation from the dugout of the DHAKA Bank PLC team as the fielders converge, and finally a breakthrough. Tushar picks up his first in his first over. And it was the dangerous Shamimur who went for that big hoik, mistimed it altogether, and has to walk back.
Is there another twist in the tail now? He has to depart for 34 from 21. CAS, in a way, 130 for 4. We're into the middle order. And still 54 runs required. This is what transpired. Trying to play it much straighter in the end. Not getting any part of the middle. A good catch taken at long off. Tushar, he's come in and he's given Dhaka Bank a much needed breakthrough. Another wicket here and you get the feeling they're right back in this.
They need to keep up this wicket taking spree now. Every time they pick up a wicket, the All-Stars make it hard for them to pick 2 consecutive ones. So they haven't picked wickets in quick progression. That's been the problem. Each and every partnership, the All-Stars have tried to make it count. And you have Mahmood at one end, seems to be ever reliable. Yes, comparatively batting at a slower run rate, but that's not the main concern here for the All-Stars. Just 54 needed of 99. So the run rate pressure is not there at all as the new man Shumon walks in.
Yeah, immediately looking to play with a cross bat. But the intentions are clear. They want to keep on attacking.
Yeah, and I think that's not a bad idea altogether with all those wickets in hand.
Driven, a bit of a misfield. But there is protection at the deep. The long off fielder does the job. Might have hurt himself, the mid-off fielder.
Was hit very hard. Yes, it was a misfield, but every run important here to save for the bowling side.
Played very fine. Another single. An eventful over here. 2 runs, a wicket so far. And after 24, it's 132 for 3.
They're taking the time here. So we have a look at the drone that's been flying around. 52 to win. 96 deliveries remain. 16 more overs in hand. Mahmood on strike, the ever reliable Mahmood. He has Shumon to partner him.
Starts off with a single, does Rana. In his 3rd over, has been expensive in the first 2. Shumon, the new batter in. Now he's found the gap. Straight down the ground. And in the end gets a boundary. Shumon has looked aggressive from the get-go and he gets a boundary.
Excellent shot. A big gap between extra cover and long off. Finds that so easily there. Elegant looking stroke.
Again, more vacant spaces on the offside. They decide to take the second as well. Now it comes down to 45 needed from 93 deliveries with 7 wickets in hand.
Making quick work of the run chase now. Shumon, another aggressive batter.
And he's bowled. A slight change of pace. Shumon was beaten for it. And Dhaka Bank, they keep chipping away. They keep taking wickets. It's not over. And Shumon, he came in, lasted just 4 deliveries before departing.
Was absolutely played on. Beaten for pace or lack of pace. Tried to fetch it from outside off. Hit the inside edge. The ball dragged on towards the stumps. And look at that celebration from the bowler. He knows this is an important wicket. Shumon stood there almost in disbelief. So another wicket goes by. We've spoken about the intervals at which the Dhaka Bank PLC have picked up their wickets. This was quick enough. We need a couple of more of these to actually create pressure on the All-Stars. Slowly but steadily we get to understand Mahmood's innings is of huge value. His wicket will be very important in the context of the game. Iqbal joins him in the middle.
Yeah, 2 quick wickets falling for Dhaka All-Stars. Mahmood now becomes a very vital wicket for them. Dhaka Bank still fighting. They essentially need 5 more wickets. Another good delivery, Rana. He's been expensive, but he's managed to take a wicket, and now you can see he's extracting something out of the surface.
Yeah, this is very good bowling from Rana. Would want to end the over well. 7 runs conceded, but a wicket to his name. Short. The batter will get off the mark with a single. So end of over number 25, 140 for 4. The All-Stars, they need 44 more runs to win from 90 deliveries.
Dhaka All-Stars 44 runs away from victory and the championship. On the other hand, Dhaka Bank, they require 6 more wickets, technically 5, with 1 batter out, retired hurt. Tushar to continue into his second over as there's a slight change in commentary. Shajjad Udash replaces Ahmed bin Parvez and joins us.
Thank you so much, Shahnur. Slight change is not gonna be enough for the fielding team out there. They need a drastic change in their approach. Something magical, maybe from one of the fielders. Not like that. That was not magical. That was poor. That was short. That was down the leg side, and that was asking to be hit. The batter said, "Thank you very much. I'm gonna pick 4 runs."
Iqbal, the new batter, getting an absolute freebie. Tushar on the other end will be disappointed with that ball. He's taken a wicket in the last over. Will want to get another one here.
The X factor in this innings with the bat in hand was Shamimur. He really took the game away. There was a partnership building on after Najmul went back to the hut, being hit on the head, but it was a steady partnership. But after the wicket fell,
Shamimur did something like this, and now the baton have been passed and being carried on by Tushar. There's the second one. There's the second boundary. Straight towards that side screen.
Very good looking shot there. In the slot. And he gave it a mighty whack. Made sure it stayed hit. Iqbal moving on to 9 from 6. 36 needed to win now.
Again, it was a short ball. It was not connected that well. Iqbal, he went through the shot anyway with the ball in hand in the first innings. Imon leading the way, picking up 3 very, very quick wickets. And that really set the tone for them for the entire game.
And that single brings up the 150 as well. The tone has been set and they're continuing in their merry way. After 26, 150 for 4.
Big shot attempted, and no one is there. No one was there to stop that. This time it was Mahmood, I guess. Yes.
Yeah, take a look at this. Just into the gap, using his feet and slapping it through the covers.
This time it will be single only. There is a long off in place. So definitely all stars, they are in a hurry to lift that trophy, to touch that trophy, to get that magical feeling.
Yeah, but in doing so, they are taking a few extra risks. They've lost 2 wickets in the last few overs. 30 odd required now. This one kept low. It's cut away this time. But the fielder at cover point doing the job. 6 runs so far from the first 4 deliveries. 28 required from 80 deliveries.
10 runs in the previous over, 6 already in this one. Make it 7. And I guess Dhaka Bank PLC, they are also, they are just going through the motion right now. They know that probably the game is already out of the hand. Only 27 required, too much to ask for. What a shot, Iqbal! And that was sent into the busy streets of Dhaka. 6 to end the over.
Yeah, that's why I call it the roadside, and it's gone straight into the road. New balls, please. Iqbal is in a hurry, and so too are DHAKA All-Stars. Batting like their name. 13 runs from this over after 27. 163 for 4.
Please do that, please.
23 runs scored in the last 2 overs. They need 21 more from 13. Flighted delivery.
Still Mahmood was able to pick up a single. What a brilliant team effort from the All-Stars. We were talking about the bowling, the batting as well. They gave absolutely no chance, especially while chasing this target.
A few overs ago, it seemed a bit more tricky, but the last few overs, especially with Iqbal in, they've really shifted the momentum towards the DHAKA All-Stars. Mahmood on 40 from 52, might be eyeing his half century. 10 runs away from it. A 6 and a 4 does the job.
But he opted to pick up a single. And you can see that DHAKA All-Stars, they are running out of ideas. Once again, sliding down the leg side into the gap. Iqbal, he is dealing in boundaries.
Yeah, Iqbal with another boundary, and it's almost down to 2 single figures. Will be a wide. Just 13 required now.
Now the only suspense remains whether Iqbal will allow Mahmood to score those 9 runs to pick his 50. He is sparing very little opportunity for that. Even 9 is not a requirement by the team.
Just 7 runs required now. One ball remaining in this over. A 6 makes it even.
Short ball, he wanted to go big again. Picks up a single to keep the strike to himself in the next over. Only 6 runs required of 12 remaining overs. 178 for 4.
To hit a 6 or not to hit a 6? That is the question in this over. Iqbal is on strike. He's hit quite a few big shots. 29 from just 14.
He will not worry about the result. He will try to hit a 6, that for sure. The way he has batted and how inhumanly he took away the opportunity to score a 50 for Mahmood. Definitely Mahmood will not enjoy that. That I have done all the hard works. I have been there for 53 deliveries. I had the opportunity to pick up a half century on a winning course in the final. But you snatched it from me. Come on Iqbal, go for a 6. Hassan bowls a wide. It was too high as well, I guess.
Yeah, 5 runs required now. He'll have to bowl that again.
Made some room into the gap. Now the scores are level with that boundary. One thing is sure right now, that All Stars are not losing this game.
They're winning quite comfortably, it seems. Just 1 run required and 71 balls in hand. 6 wickets in hand technically. Play and a miss. We'll have to wait 1 more delivery, Shahjat.
Well, the teammates from the dugout, they started running in the field, but they suddenly realized that there was no connection of the bat, so they have to wait. The excitement of winning a final. You can see in the dugout of the All Stars, everyone is standing up at the edge of the boundary, ready to storm in.
Messed up his run up there, Hassan.
Hassan is making them wait. This is some mind game.
It's turned into quite an impressive partnership here. And that's the winning run. Iqbal, he hits them, came in, scored runs very quickly, and that's it. Your Brac Epl Stock Brokerage Limited Corporate Amateur Cricket Tournament 2025-26 champions is the DHAKA All Stars.
What a performance on the day of the final. The All Stars, they played like the Stars. Started with the ball, restricting the opposition. Only within 183, and then chasing it down with ease. The only thing they lost today was the toss. And the captain, he claimed that they wanted to bowl first, and they proved it. They walked their talk. The All Stars definitely celebrating, and take nothing away from Dhaka Bank PLC. They have been clearly one of the better sides in this tournament, and that is why they are participating in this final. But on the day, the All Stars, they were too good and winning it by 6 wickets. A number of performers, a number of stars in the playing 11 today for them has risen to the occasion. What a brilliant performance here at the PSC Staff Field. And that is the batting card. 42 from Sohan, 41 from Mahmood. Shamimur and Iqbal provided the finishing touch, provided the push they needed. Shamimur 34 of 22, and Iqbal finished the game. Only 17 balls he took for his 37 with 9 extras, 28.3 overs, 187 for 4.
And that's the bowling card. Not much to talk about. Plenty of bowlers used. In fact, 7 in total. It started off with a retired out, and then the first wicket falling at 43, the second at 79. There was a little wobble, the third and fourth wicket falling in the 130s, and after that, nothing much. Tushar, Rana, Maruf, and Firoz, the 4 wicket takers. But really, it was always going to be a very difficult ask in trying to defend 186. And Dhaka Bank PLC, they won the toss, tried hard, but in the final, the DHAKA All Stars proved to be too much.
There's the match summary for you. Dhaka Bank PLC won the toss. They elected to bat first. They failed to complete the quota of 40 overs. Raihan top scoring with 56 of 49. Firoz got another 51 of 48. Majidur 22. Shumon picked up 4 wickets for the All-Stars. But Imon, it was the real star for them with the ball in hand, picking up 3 very quick wickets. Toppled the top order for the Dhaka Bank PLC. Then Faisal picking up 2 wickets and Romeo 1. All-Stars chasing it down with ease. 28.3 overs, 187 for 4. Sohan 42, Mahmood unbeaten on 41. Iqbal and Shamimur with the storm they presented us, the entertainment they gave us. Firoz, Maruf, Rana, Tushar all with 1 single wicket each. So we are waiting for the presentation ceremony to begin. So for the final time, Kaka All-Stars won by 6 wickets this final, and they are the champion of Brac Epl Stock Brokerage Limited Corporate Amateur Cricket Tournament 2025-26. For now, we are taking a short break, and we will come back with the presentation ceremony where Shanu Rabbani will be waiting for you.
What a final it has been. The Brac Epl Stock Brokerage Limited Corporate Amateur Cricket Tournament 2025-26 comes to an end with a fantastic final between All Stars and DHAKA Bank PLC, where the All Stars came up as winners by 6 wickets and chasing 184 runs. So congratulations to the champions, All Stars, and commiserations to the DHAKA Bank PLC team. They've given a great fight. Welcome you all to the post-match presentation, and of course the tournament ends, so we have a lot of awards to be given. But first and foremost, it's my honor, my privilege to invite the distinguished guests who will be presenting the awards. First of all, I'd like to invite the man behind all of this, Major Retired Imroz Ahmed, the president of DHAKA, as well as the senior vice president of the Bangladesh Olympic Association, to please take stage. And now time for our chief guest, Mr. Zubaidur Rahman Rana, Secretary General of the Olympic Association. Welcome, sir. We have Mr. Hassanuzzaman Bablu, ex-national football player and member, Olympic Association. Welcome to the podium. And we also have Mr. Sanwar Hossain, ex-national cricketer of the Bangladesh national team. Can we have him on stage as well? And last but not the least, Kaisar, a renowned journalist and editor of Doinik Amar Desh. Please come to the podium. Can we have also Mr. Sabbir, a very famous ex-footballer of the Bangladesh national team, to please come up on stage as well. Welcome, gentlemen. Now we move forward to some tokens of appreciation, which will start by rewarding the umpires and the officials who officiated the final. Can we have Mr. Tanvir Ahmed and Sajidul Islam, the two on-field umpires, to please make their way here for the token of appreciation? And following them, would request the third umpire, Mr. Shah Alam, to please also come forward. And the one who did the scoring as well, the official scorer, Mr. Habibullah, please come forward. A token of appreciation from our distinguished guests. Tanvir Ahmed, Sajidul Islam, very famous faces, have done a thankless job today. And of course, the third umpire for this match, Shah Alam, as well as the scorer, Habibullah. They will be handed their tokens of appreciation by our distinguished guests over here. Lots of awards to be given. And this is just the beginning. We'll also provide the award to the match referee for the final and the one who has worked very, very hard to make this tournament a success, SM Manjur Rashid Kanchon. Will be also invited to the podium to receive his token of appreciation. He's been working for more than 15 years, and any success that DHAKA has, he has a lot to contribute in it. SM Manjur Rashid Kanchon. And from the look of the players' reactions, it's important to see and understand how important he has been for the success behind the tournament. Now moving on to the individual awards for the final. The best batter of the final was Raihan from DHAKA Bank PLC. 56 runs, top scorer for his side. Unfortunately could not get his team the victory, but we thoroughly enjoyed his batting performance. He was promoted up the order today and played some fantastic shots. Congratulations to Raihan, the best batter of the final. Now the best bowler of the final, the award goes to Iman from All Stars. 3 for 20. Wreaked havoc with the new ball. The left arm pacer really lit up the match with his excellent bowling, especially in his first spell. 3 for 20, Iman from All Stars, the best bowler of the final. And now the award for the player of the final, none other than Shumon from All Stars. 4 wickets to his name, 4 for 33. Happy faces from the champion side, picking up lots of awards. The final was very well fought between both the teams. Now it's time for the best batter of the tournament. We're moving on to the tournament awards. The best batter, Rahat Mollik from Bangladesh Army, 282 runs. Congratulations. Unfortunately, Bangladesh Army made it to the semi-finals, but he has been one of the best batters in the tournament. He receives the award for best batter of the tournament. Now we move ahead for the best bowler award. The best bowler of the tournament, Asad Mia from Bangladesh Army with 12 wickets. Congratulations to Asad, top wicket taker in the tournament. Unfortunately, his team made it only till the semi-finals, but his individual performance did not go unnoticed. And now time for the player of the tournament. And that award will go to Shahryar Islam Shumon from All Stars. 285 runs, top run getter in the tournament. And one of the important components that took his team to the championship this season. Shahryar Islam Shumon, big round of applause for the player of the tournament. Shumon, can we have a word with you, please? Just your initial reaction regarding the entire tournament and how you performed and how it feels to be a champion.
না এই টুর্নামেন্টটা আমরা গত বছরও খেলছিলাম, তো গত বছর অন্য একটা টিমে ছিলাম, এই বছর অন্য একটা টিমে। আয়োজনটা সত্যি অনেক প্রশংসার দাবিদার। আয়োজকদেরকে অনেক ধন্যবাদ যে তারা এত সুন্দর একটা টুর্নামেন্ট আয়োজন করছেন। আশা করছি ভবিষ্যতেও এই আয়োজনের কন্টিনিউশন থাকবে এবং আমরা খেলতে পারবো ইনশাআল্লাহ।
Congratulations Shumon, best of luck for your next ventures. Player of the tournament, Shahryar Islam Shumon. Now it's time for us to award the runners-up medals. The runners-up of this tournament, the DHAKA Bank PLC, will request the players from the DHAKA Bank PLC to please come forward and receive the runners-up medals. Requesting the DHAKA Bank PLC team to fall in line and take the runners-up medals. This is just a token of appreciation. The fight that DHAKA Bank PLC have put up was very good, going through the group stages, not in the top two of the group stage, but did very well in the semi-finals to make it to the final. Probably a tad bit short in the number of runs that they scored, but overall, they've been a fantastic team in this tournament and have performed to their potential. Big congratulations to the DHAKA Bank PLC team. They're picking up their runner-up medals from our distinguished guests. A very good show on the field today as well, winning the toss, batting first, 183, and they fought hard to defend it. In the end, probably going 20 runs short. Was a valiant effort from start to end, and they will surely be proud of what they've done in this tournament so far. The players, the team management as well, taking their honor, will surely be proud of their effort in this tournament and will surely be also part of future ventures of DHAKA. Congratulations to the runners-up, DHAKA Bank PLC, and now it's time for the champions medals. Can we invite the All-Stars to please come forward to receive the champions medals, please? Led by Mr. Sajjad. A bunch of happy faces here. Had a tough task in hand, lost the toss, had to bowl first, did well. And in the end, consistency paid off throughout the tournament. Some old relationships reforged in the process as well. All the happy faces. Most of them performed as a team, especially when it mattered in the big final. And they've made it all the way and thoroughly deserve the championship. As their namesake, they have been all-stars in this tournament. Did not start the tournament well, but ends it on a high. Lots of performers for their team. The best bowler, as well as the player of the tournament. They all came from the same team. There we go. The procession ends. Happy looking faces. The champions, the all-stars. Congratulations once more to them. And now we have some tokens of appreciation for our guests who are up here in the panel. Okay, so first of all, I guess there's some token of appreciation for the commentators for the final. Would like to invite Sajjad Rahat Hossain. Please come forward. One of the three commentators that took part in the final today, was part of the production. More popularly known as Sajjad Udash. He's been part of the DHAKA family for this season to kick off. Hopefully he'll be around for the next ones as well. Next is Shanu Rabbani, who's unfortunately not present at the moment. But Sajjad, can you please pick up his award?
So you have to go there and pick yours one as well. So why not you pick Shanur's one? So Shanu Rabbani, who has unfortunately left for his some personal affairs, and of course Ahmed bin Parvez for a few brief moments, who handed over the mic towards me. Ahmed bin Parvez, who is also known as the champion customer among ourselves. Yes, we will talk about the Shanur's envelope. So Parvez, over to you again.
Thank you very much. And we have our tokens of appreciation for our esteemed guests who are in the podium as well. So would gradually request Mr. Imroz Ahmed to do the honors. Mr. M.M. Kaisa receiving his token of appreciation. Mr. Sabbir with his. Thank you very much to all the guests who've been here, been part of the final, witnessed a great game. Sanwar Hussain. Can we have a round of applause for all our distinguished guests, please? Hasanuzzaman Bablu. Last but not the least, Zubaidur Rahman Rana to receive his token of appreciation. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being part of this final presentation. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Imroz Ahmed to please share a few words with us.
Assalamu alaikum. আমরা একটু কি শুনবো বক্তৃতায়, যদিও বোরিং বক্তৃতা শোনা, বাট একটু রিকোয়েস্ট করব সবাইকে সামনে আসার জন্য। কাঞ্চন, কাঞ্চন, I'm taking this privilege as a DHAKA president. It's been 15 years of journey. I don't know the figure how heavy it sounds, but for me it's an achievement. যে 15 বছর থেকে আমরা কন্টিনিউয়াসলি এই টুর্নামেন্টটা চালাচ্ছি, and probably we are the first to start this amateur tournament in Bangladesh, especially the 40 overs. Now many people follows, we are happy and we are encouraged seeing them যে আমাদেরকে ফলো করে সবাই করছে, এবং এরকম আরো টুর্নামেন্ট হোক, আমরা আরো আশাবাদী হব যে আমাদের এই টুর্নামেন্টগুলো সবাই দেখছে এবং খেলছে। ইট ইজ জেনারেটিং এমপ্লয়মেন্ট। আমাদের অনেক ক্রিকেটার ব্যাংকে চাকরি পাচ্ছেন, বিভিন্ন কর্পোরেট হাউসে চাকরি পাচ্ছেন, দ্যাটস এ গুড সাইন। এবং আশা করি আমরা যে এইরকম আমরা অন্য অন্য খেলা যেগুলো আছে সেইখানেও এরকম একটা কর্পোরেট টুর্নামেন্টের কালচার তৈরি হবে, সো দ্যাট ইন টোটাল আমরা যদি একসাথে সবাইকে করতে পারি তাহলে দেখা যাবে দ্য হোল নেশন ইজ এ স্পোর্টিং কান্ট্রি, স্পোর্টিং নেশন। আমাদের এই অবস্থান থেকে ক্ষুদ্র একটা প্রয়াস আমরা চেষ্টা করে যাচ্ছি। ছোটখাটো অনেক বাধা বিপত্তি থাকে, এটা অনেকে জানে না, অনলি ফিউ অফ আস উই নো। আমার ইসি মেম্বার ইসি মেম্বার ইশতিয়াক, হু ইজ ওয়াইফকে নিয়ে ব্যাংককে আছে ফর ট্রিটমেন্ট, আর দুইজন অস্ট্রেলিয়াতে আছে, ইফাজ অ্যান্ড ইশরাক। I hope they are listening to us because it is online going on. So এই 5 জনে মিলে এই কর্মযজ্ঞ আমরা চালাই এবং আমাদেরকে হেল্প করার জন্য, সাপোর্ট করার জন্য there are so many people, I cannot name them. And especially যেটা বলবো সেটা হচ্ছে আপনারা যারা পার্টিসিপেট করেন, that's the most encouraging part, যে আপনারা আসেন বলেই আমরা আছি। আপনারা না থাকলে actually this tournament will not exist. তা আমরা একটা ফিলোসফি ফলো করি। ফিলোসফিটা হচ্ছে যে যদি 4টা টিমও হয় টুর্নামেন্ট হবে। আমরা কোনো এক সময় 14টা টিম নিয়ে করেছি, আরো অনেকে ওয়েটিং এ ছিল, আমরা তাদেরকে নেই নাই। এখন অনেক টুর্নামেন্ট হওয়াতে অনেকে প্রেফার করে ডিফারেন্ট টুর্নামেন্ট খেলতে, উই হ্যাভ নো অবজেকশন। বাট আমরা যারাই এখানে আসবেন তারা একদম ক্লিন একটা টিম হবে, যাদের ভিতরে কোনো রকমের আমরা যেটাকে বলি 2 নাম্বারই চিন্তা ভাবনা, মানে কোনো একটা জায়গায় অ্যাডাল্ট্রেশন করে আমরা কোনো একটা ম্যানুফ্যাকচারিং করে খেলায় জিততে হবে, উই ডোন্ট ফলো দ্যাট। এর জন্য আমরা যখন চ্যাম্পিয়ন এবং রানার্স আপ প্রাইজ দেই, আমরা এটা খুব টোকেন মানি রাখছি, দ্যাট নান অফ ইউ প্লে ফর দি মানি, ইউ প্লে ফর দি গেম অ্যান্ড ফর দি টাইম দ্যাট ইউ এনজয় অন দি গ্রাউন্ড। তো আপনাদেরকে আশা করব, আমরা সামনে T20 করার প্ল্যান করছি নেক্সট উইক অনওয়ার্ড। যারাই খেলছি আমরা আবার এই মাঠেই আসবো, হোপফুলি এই মাঠেই আমরা একসাথে সবাই আবার হব, একটা মাঠেই আমরা T20 খেলবো। তো আপনারা যারা খেলবেন তারা নিশ্চয়ই প্রস্তুতি নেবেন, অ্যান্ড আমাদের সেক্রেটারি জেনারেল সাজ্জাদ উইল গেট ব্যাক টু ইউ ভেরি সুন। এবং একই সাথে আমি একটু বিশেষ করে ঢাকা ব্যাংকে আমি ধন্যবাদ দিতে চাই। ইন দি শর্টেস্ট পসিবল টাইম দি চেয়ারম্যান এগ্রিড টু ইনক্লুড দি টিম উইথ আস। আমাদের সাথে আব্দুল্লাহ সরকার ব্যাংকের চেয়ারম্যান যিনি, উনি একদম এক কথার বলার সাথে সাথে উনি বলেছেন যে আমার টিম খেলবে, and now they are in the final. So it proves যে ক্যাকাতে we try and promote the game, not the team, not the players. আমরা যে কোনো খেলা হবে খেলার মতন হবে, যারা ভালো তাদেরকেই আমরা সব সময় চাবো যে তারাই যেন ট্রফিটা নিয়ে যায়। এবং প্রতি বছরই কিন্তু এটা কেউ না কেউ একটা নতুন টিম নিচ্ছে, গত বছরে যারা ছিলেন তারা নাই, আবার নতুন টিম নিয়েছে, হোপফুলি নেক্সট টাইম হয়তো আরো নতুন কেউ টিম নেবেন। তো আপনাদেরকে বিশেষ করে ধন্যবাদ দিতে চাই, এন্ড থ্রু ইউ আমাদের হার্টফেল থ্যাঙ্কস টু দি চেয়ারম্যান অফ ঢাকা ব্যাংক অ্যান্ড দি ম্যানেজমেন্ট, যারা আমাদেরকে আসলে এই সুযোগটা দিয়েছেন আপনাদের সাথে ইন্ট্রোডিউসড হওয়ার জন্য। সো আমার এই ছোট্ট ধন্যবাদটুকু পৌঁছে দিবেন তাকে, এটা আমরা আশা করব আপনাদের কাছে। So now it's time for me to introduce the man behind this ground. সম্রাট আসো নাকি? সম্রাট আসো। আমরা আসলে খেলে যাই, ঘুরে চলে যাই, আমরা আসলে জানি না কারা কাজ করে। সম্রাট এখানে আসো। সম্রাট হচ্ছে আমাদের এই গ্রাউন্ডসের কিউরেটর, এবং সে অক্লান্ত পরিশ্রম করে প্রতিদিন, এবং যার জন্য আজকে দেখেছেন আজকে পিচটা ওয়াজ কোয়াইট স্পোর্টিং। যারা ছিলেন আম্পায়ার তারাও বলবেন, আমরা যারা বাইরে থেকে দেখেছেন, হি ইজ দি ম্যান হু ডাজ ইট। এবং এই কারণে একটু তালি দিই আমরা সবাই সম্রাটের জন্য। এবং আপনারা হয়তো বা জানেন না, সম্রাট থাকে সেই বিকেএসপির ওইখানে, এভরিডে হি ট্রাভেলস ফ্রম দেয়ার, এখানে আসে, এটা যত্ন নেয়, আমাদেরকে খেলার সুযোগ করে দেন। সম্রাট, অনেক অনেক ধন্যবাদ সম্রাট। থ্যাংক ইউ সম্রাট। কাঞ্চন, থ্যাংক ইউ। আরেকটা হচ্ছে যে আমরা তো খেলে যাই, বাসায় যেয়ে বা টিমের সাথে একসাথে গালাগালি করি একটা মানুষ, সেটা হচ্ছে আম্পায়ারদের। আজকে আমার উনি আমাকে এলবিডব্লিউ দিয়েছে। আজকে ক্যাচটাও ঠিক মতন হয় নাই, রান আউটটা ঠিক মতন হয় নাই, দিয়েছে। তো এই গ্লানিগুলা যারা বহন করেন তাদের মধ্যে একজন হচ্ছে কাঞ্চন অ্যান্ড হিজ টিম। অ্যান্ড কাঞ্চন ইজ দি লিডার, যাকে দিয়ে আমরা এই কাজগুলা করাই, এবং কাঞ্চনের কোনো ইন্টারফারেন্স আমরা করি না। উই গিভ ফুল লিবার্টি টু হিম, যে কাকে আম্পায়ার দিবে, কাকে স্কোরার দিবে, ইট ইজ অন হিম। এবং ভেরি ডিফিকাল্ট টু মোটিভেট কাঞ্চন ফর এ নেগেটিভ অ্যাপ্রোচ। যদি কেউ মোটিভেট করতে পারেন আমাকে একটু জানায়েন, আমি তো কাঞ্চনকে মোটিভেট করেছি। সো এবং আমরা ওই প্রকার স্টিল লাভ অফ দিস গেম, আমাদের সাথে একটা সম্পর্ক, এই কারণে আমরা সবসময় বলি আমরা উই আর এ ফ্যামিলি, ক্যাকা ফ্যামিলি, এবং ক্যাকা ফ্যামিলি হিসাবেই আমরা একসাথে আছি এবং একসাথে আমরা হোপ টু কন্টিনিউ ফার্দার। থ্যাংক ইউ কাঞ্চন। আমরা ইতিমধ্যে দেখেছেন কমেন্ট্রি প্যানেল সমন্বয় জিম্বাবুয়েতে আছে, হি ওয়াজ আওয়ার প্যানেলে। আর আরেকজন হচ্ছে শামীম ভাই, শামীম ভাইকে আর এবার বলা হয় নাই। তো আমাদের এই প্যানেলটা এখানে আসে, এবং আমাদের আজকে যারা আম্পায়ার আসছিলেন আপনারা দেখেছেন, হি ইজ ইন্টারন্যাশনাল আম্পায়ার। আমরা ওনাদের এঙ্গেজমেন্টের জন্য সবসময় আনতে পারি না, বাট যারা এখন আম্পায়ারিং করছেন আমাদের লিগ খেলাগুলোতে, তারা কিন্তু ফার্স্ট ডিভিশন পর্যন্ত তারা আম্পায়ারিং করেন। প্রিমিয়ার ডিভিশনে খুব সিলেক্টিভ কয়েকজন করেন যারা ইন্টারন্যাশনাল আম্পায়ার, বাট কাঞ্চন অ্যান্ড টিম তারা কিন্তু আম্পায়ারিং করেন ফার্স্ট ডিভিশনে, এবং তাদেরকে আমরা আনার চেষ্টা করি। সামনে হয়তোবা আমরা উইল হ্যাভ সাম চেঞ্জেস, আমরা যদি পারি আরও খেলা টেলিকাস্ট করার চেষ্টা করব, সো দ্যাট আমাদের ফ্যামিলি বাসার থেকে বসে ইউটিউবে খেলাটা দেখতে পারে। বাট ইজ অল অ্যাবাউট দি মানি। ইফ ঢাকা ব্যাংক স্পন্সার্স, উই ডোন্ট মাইন্ড, আমরা সব খেলা দেখাই দিব। এর জন্য আমরা রিকোয়েস্ট করব ঢাকা ব্যাংকের যারা কর্মকর্তা আছেন তাদেরকে, যে আপনারা যদি একসাথে আমাদের সাথে থাকেন, উইল বি হ্যাপি, অ্যান্ড ইনশাল্লাহ উই লাইক টু কন্টিনিউ। এবং আমরা ইনশাল্লাহ, এটা 15তম, বয়স কতদিন আমাদেরকে নিয়ে যাবে উই ডোন্ট নো, বাট যতদিন থাকবো ততদিন তো আমি করে যাব, না থাকলে আমি যাদেরকে রেখে যাব, দে উইল ইনশাল্লাহ কন্টিনিউ। সো এই বলে আমি ধন্যবাদ দিতে চাই আমাদের প্যানেলে যারা আজকে দাঁড়িয়েছেন এখানে ডায়াসে। এভরিবডি ইজ হিরো ইন দেয়ার ওন স্পট। এবং কায়সারকে সবাই চিনেন, কায়সারকে আমি ডাকি জেমস বন্ড, এম আই রং? না, জেমস বন্ড কায়সার, ও জেমস বন্ড বাই অ্যাপিয়ারেন্স অ্যান্ড অলসো বাই হিজ ডেলিভারেশন, লেখা সব কিছুতেই ভেরি প্রেসাইজ অ্যান্ড ভেরি টাইমলি আর্টিকেলস তিনি লেখেন, এবং বক্তব্য আপনারা টিভিতে শুনছেন। সাব্বির এককালীন তুখোর ফুটবলার, সাইজ দেখলে বোঝা যায় না হাউ তুখোর হি ওয়াজ। মেনি অফ ইউ হ্যাভ নট সিন, মেবি এখন পুরাতন খেলা থাকলে টিভিতে দেখতে পারেন। আর আই ওয়াজ ফরচুনেট টু ওয়াচ হিজ গেম, অ্যান্ড একসাথে বিদেশেও যাওয়ার সুযোগ হয়েছে। অ্যান্ড ফুটবল টিমের সবচেয়ে দুষ্ট মানুষের মধ্যে সাব্বির একজন, এবং ওর সাথে দুষ্টের সাথে আরও কয়েকজন ছিল। কায়সার হামিদ ইজ ওয়ান, অ্যান্ড মুন্না ওয়াজ অ্যানাদার ওয়ান। মুন্না ইজ নট উইথ আস, ইজ চলে গেছে আল্লাহর কাছে। এরকম কয়েকজন আছে যাদের সাথে আমাদের সম্পর্ক সাংঘাতিক মধুর সম্পর্ক। কামিং ব্যাক টু বাবলু ভাই, বাবলু ভাই বিশিষ্ট ফুটবলার, যার খেলা দেখে আমরা বড় হয়েছি। সেই 73 থেকে খেলা দেখছি। বাবলু ভাই খেলতেন তখন ব্রাদার্স ইউনিয়নে, হি নেভার চেঞ্জড, মোস্টলি হি ওয়াজ দেয়ার ইন ব্রাদার্স ইউনিয়ন। সাব্বির রাজ এরকম মোহামেডানে খেলেছে, বাট বাবলু ভাইয়ের খেলা যারা দেখেন নাই তারা হয়তো বা রিয়ালাইজ করবেন না হাউ গুড এ ফুটবলার হি ওয়াজ। তা আমরা ওনাদের খেলা দেখি বড় হয়েছি। নাও ইটস টাইম যে ওনার সাথে কলিগ হিসাবে একসাথে কাজ করছি। বাবলু ভাই, থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ ফর ইউর টাইম স্যার। সানোয়ারের পরিচয় আর আমি দিতে চাই না, ইউ অল নো হোয়াট সানোয়ার ইজ, হু ইজ সানোয়ার ইজ। তো সানোয়ারের একটু ব্যথা আছে পায়ে, তারপরেও হি অ্যাকসেপ্টেড আওয়ার ইনভাইটেশন and I'm honored to have him with us as a cricketer, ex-cricketer. Thank you, Sanwar, for your time, sir. And Jubaidur Rahman Rana, one of the best buddy for the time being na, অনেক দিনের buddy, but অনেক দিন একসাথে অনেক কাজ করার সুযোগ পাই নাই, but একটা সুযোগ হয়েছিল আমাদের সার্চ কমিটিতে, we two could work together and I had wonderful time for 9 months doing যতটুকু কাজ করতে পেরেছি সংস্কারের। তারপরে আবার অলিম্পিক অ্যাসোসিয়েশনে ইজ দি মহাসচিব, সেক্রেটারি জেনারেল, অ্যান্ড আমি হয়েছি হয়তোবা আমরা সহ সভাপতি। তো আমরা উই হ্যাভ এ গুড টিম নাও, অল দি মানে ফেডারেশন থেকে যারা এসছেন সবাইকে মিলে একটা ওয়ান্ডারফুল টিম উই হ্যাভ নাও আন্ডার দি লিডারশিপ অফ দি চিফ অফ আর্মি স্টাফ। ওনার নেতৃত্বে আমরা একটা ভালো টিম অলিম্পিকে কাজ করছি। আশা করি উই উইল ট্রাই অ্যান্ড ব্রিং সাম চেঞ্জেস ইফ এভরিথিং ফেভার্স আস, বাট আমাদের সবকিছু সবসময় ফেভার করে না। সো হি ইজ দি লিডার, তার সাথে আমরা সবাই করছি। হি ইজ না বলছি, আর ওনার আরেকটা সবচেয়ে বড় পরিচিত হচ্ছে, সেটা বাবলু ভাইয়ের সময় মিস করেছি। বাবলু ভাই ইজ এ ন্যাশনাল অ্যাওয়ার্ডি, সাব্বিরও তো পাইছে। সাব্বির ইজ এ ন্যাশনাল অ্যাওয়ার্ডি ইন দি স্পোর্টস। সানোয়ার পেয়েছো, আমরা দিব এবার। আর রানা ভাই হচ্ছে উনি, হি ইজ অলসো এ ন্যাশনাল অ্যাওয়ার্ডি ইন ব্যাডমিন্টন। হি ওয়াজ এ ন্যাশনাল চ্যাম্পিয়ন as well a national awardee. His brother was also his partner, both of them national awardee in doubles also. So এই হচ্ছে আমাদের প্যানেল। আমরা we try to be with the sports people এবং চেষ্টা করি একসাথে থাকার জন্য। আশা করি যারা এসছেন আপনারা তাদের জন্য একটা তালি দিবেন এবং আমাদের তরফ থেকে ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। there are few people যারা বাইরে আছেন, স্টেজের ছোট দেখে আর ডাকতে পারি নাই। সুমন আছে, ওকে পানিশমেন্ট হিসাবে আজকে এগুলা হ্যান্ডিং ট্যাঙ্গিং করতে দেওয়া হয়েছে, বাট হি ইজ অলসো অ্যান্ড হি ইজ এ গ্রেট ব্যাডমিন্টন প্লেয়ার। এখনো খেলে যাচ্ছে, মাস্টার্স খেলা বলবো না, ভেটারান্স খেলাতে হি ইজ কোয়াইট টপ ইন দি ওয়ার্ল্ড লেভেলে, এখনো খেলে যাচ্ছে। ওইখানে আমাদের সেক্রেটারি জেনারেল আছে, জেনারেল সেক্রেটারি আছেন বক্সিং এর, কুদ্দুর সাহেব, উনি আমাদের অলিম্পিক অ্যাসোসিয়েশনের যুগ্ম মহাসচিব। কর্নেল ওয়াইস উদা আছে, হি ইজ ফ্রম জুডো এবং হি ইজ অলসো এ মেম্বার অফ আওয়ার EC in Olympic Association. That's all from my side. আপনারা যারা এসছেন আজকে, যারা ক্যামেরায় ছিলেন, তাদেরকে ধন্যবাদ দিতে চাই। যারা আমাদেরকে মাঠে সহযোগিতা করেছেন, অন্যান্য খাওয়া দাওয়ায় যত সহযোগিতা করেছেন, একই সাথে আসিফ আসো না, একটু ভুলে গেছিলাম, এত কালারের ভিতরে জলপাই কালার খেয়াল করি নাই। আসিফ হচ্ছে আমাদের আর্মি স্পোর্টস কন্ট্রোল বোর্ডের একজন, আমরা G2 বলি, দ্য সেকেন্ড ম্যান হু ডিলস উইথ দ্য স্পোর্টস। তার উপরে একজন ব্রিগেডিয়ার আছেন, উনি চেয়ারম্যান, তারপরে একজন আছেন লেফটেন্যান্ট কর্নেল, আর তারা দুইজন একসাথে কাজ করে, এই 4-5 জনে মিলে আর্মির যত খেলা হয় 30টা খেলায় পার্টিসিপেট করে। অল দিস গেমস আর কন্ট্রোল বাই দেম অ্যান্ড অলসো নার্চার্ড বাই দেম। এবং তারা আর্মি কিভাবে আমাদেরকে কন্ট্রিবিউট করে ন্যাশনাল লেভেলে, এটা আপনারা সবাই জানেন। সব জায়গায় ডোমিনেশন আছে আর্মি। এবং অন মাই রিকোয়েস্ট টু দি চিফ অফ আর্মি স্টাফ অ্যান্ড দি ইয়ার চিফ, তারা কিন্তু গত বছর থেকে আর্মি এবং নেভি, এয়ারফোর্সকে এখানে খেলতে দিয়েছে। এবং আপনারা যারা খেলেছেন তাদের সাথে ইউ নো হাউ স্ট্রং টিম আর দে, বাট আনলাকিলি ক্রিকেট ইজ গেম অফ আনসার্টেনিটির জন্য দে লস দি সেমিফাইনাল। ইট হ্যাপেন টু দেম লাস্ট ইয়ার অ্যাজ ওয়েল, বাট T20-তে আবার তারা চ্যাম্পিয়ন হয়েছিল। তো ইনশাল্লাহ আমরা উইল হোপ টু সি দেম এগেন। এবং থ্যাংক ইউ ফর ইউর টাইম আসিফ, থ্যাংক ইউ, কনভে মাই রিগার্ডস টু ইউর the chairman. Thank you, Asif. Thank you. And we are honored that 2 of their players got the best award of the tournament. 2 জন player. Thank you, Asif. Thank you. So that's all. আর কিছু বলার নাই। কাউকে যদি ভুল ক্রমে ধন্যবাদ না দিয়ে থাকি, ভুল করার জন্য ক্ষমা না চেয়ে থাকি, কমন ক্ষমা এবং ধন্যবাদ দিয়ে দিলাম, যাতে আমাদেরকে সেইভাবে অ্যাকসেপ্ট করে নেন। Now it's time for the chief guest to speak something for us. Then we'll hand over the trophies. Thank you.
বিসমিল্লাহির রহমানির রহিম। আসসালামু আলাইকুম এভরিওয়ান। খুব সুন্দর একটা টুর্নামেন্ট হয়েছে কেকা তারা 15 বছর ধরে করছে। বিহাইন্ড দ্য কেকা সব ওয়েল অর্গানাইজড অফিসিয়ালস এখানে। তো অবশ্যই এটা একটা সুন্দর টুর্নামেন্ট হবে আমরা আশা করি, এবং ইনশাল্লাহ সামনের দিনগুলোতে হবে। কংগ্রেচুলেশন বোথ দ্য টিম, খুবই সুন্দর একটা ম্যাচ হয়েছে। আর কংগ্রেচুলেশন আবার একটু জানাতেই হয়, যারা চ্যাম্পিয়ন হয়েছে তাদেরকে একটু আলাদা করে কংগ্রেচুলেশন। তো খুব সুন্দর একটা টুর্নামেন্ট হয়। এই টুর্নামেন্ট অ্যাকচুয়ালি কর্পোরেট টুর্নামেন্ট হিসেবে আমরা ট্রিট করি। তো আমার ভাই বলে গেল যে কর্পোরেটরা তো খেলতেই হবে, কেন আমরা তো সবসময় তাদের কাছে স্পন্সর কালেক্ট করি, মানে আমার স্পোর্টস কমিউনিটি থেকে বলছি, তাদেরকে আমরা সবসময় বলি যে স্পন্সর দাও, টাকা দাও, এটা করো, কিন্তু তাদের খেলার কোনো একটা আয়োজন করা হয় না। সেজন্য ওনারা কর্পোরেটদের জন্য খেলার আয়োজন করে, সেজন্য আমি টেকাকে স্পেশালি ধন্যবাদ জানাই যে তাদেরকেও মাঠে নিয়ে আসতে পারছেন। শুধু যে তারা স্পন্সরের জন্য আসবে তা না, তারা ফিজিক্যালি নিজেরাও এখানে খেলবে, এখান থেকে আনন্দ করবে, সেজন্য ধন্যবাদ সবাইকে। আজকে অনেকক্ষণ আমরা অনেক কথা বলেছি, আমি আর বেশি কথা বলতে চাচ্ছি না। আশা করি সামনের দিনগুলোতে এই টুর্নামেন্টটা আরও পার্টিসিপেশন বেশি হবে এবং আপনারা আরও ভালো খেলবেন। বিশেষ করে এই কর্পোরেট হাউসকে আমি শুধু একটা কথাই বলতে চাই, আমাদের এখনকার স্পোর্টটা অনেক আমাদের প্লেয়ার আছেন যারা ভালো এডুকেশনে আছে, কোয়ালিটি আছে, তো তাদেরকে আপনাদের কর্পোরেট হাউসে নেওয়ার জন্য আপনারা আপনাদের ম্যানেজমেন্টকে উৎসাহিত করবেন। ধন্যবাদ সবাইকে।
Thank you very much, Mr. Zubaidur Rahman Rana, Secretary General of the Bangladesh Olympic Association. And now it's time for the runners-up trophy to be handed over by our guests. And the runners-up in this season's Brac Epl Stock Brokerage Ltd Corporate Amateur Cricket Tournament 25-26 is DHAKA Bank PLC. Requesting the captain to please come forward first. We just have a word to speak with the captain of the team. And of course, to provide the runners-up trophy, we'd also like to invite Mr. Mustafizur Rahman, the head of retail from DHAKA Bank PLC, to please come forward, sir. DHAKA Bank PLC runners-up of the corporate amateur cricket tournament 25-26. Well played, and better luck next time. They've been an integral part of this tournament. The two of you would be fine. শুরুতে আপনার কাছে যাই, as you know, the management and from the management and আপনাদের পার্টিসিপেশনের বিষয়ে যদি একটু বলতেন, and then যতদূর এসেছেন সেটা নিয়েও আপনাদের অনুভূতিটা একটু যদি জানাতেন।
থ্যাংক ইউ। আসসালামু আলাইকুম। আমি প্রথমে কৃতজ্ঞতা জানাই আমাদের ব্যাংকের নবাব চেয়ারম্যান মহোদয়কে, যার যার একাগ্র ইচ্ছার কারণে আজকে আমরা টুর্নামেন্টে খেলতে পেরেছি, এবং সেই সাথে আমি বিজয় দলকে শুভেচ্ছা আগেই জানাই যে চ্যাম্পিয়ন হয়েছে, এবং এটা আমাদের ফার্স্ট অ্যাপিয়ারেন্স ছিল এবং আমরা প্রথমবার সেই আমরা ফাইনাল খেলেছি, এটা বিগ অ্যাচিভমেন্ট ফর আস মনে করি আমরা। আর আপনাদের যে অর্গানাইজেশন, যারা যারা সব বিখ্যাত ব্যক্তি, সবাইকে টিভিতে পেপারে অভ্যস্ত আমরা এক জায়গায় দিতে পারলাম, এবং আমাদের আয়োজন অসাধারণ ছিল, ডিসিপ্লিন ছিল অল দ্য ওয়ে। এবং আমরা এই 40 ওভার ফরম্যাট কিন্তু আমরা খেলিনি আগে কখনো, আমরা 10 এবং 20-তে খেলেছি। আর আমাদের সব নিজস্ব প্লেয়ার, ব্যাংকার, মূলত ব্যাংকার, তাদের অ্যাভারেজ এজ 35+, সেই তুলনায় আমরা ভালোই খেলেছি মনে করি আমরা, এবং নেক্সট ডে আমরা যদি 20 ফরম্যাট হয় দেখুন আরও ভালো করবো। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ।
থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ। ক্যাপ্টেনের সঙ্গেও একটু আলাপ করি আজকের ম্যাচটা নিয়ে। মূলত ফাইনাল পর্যন্ত এসেছিলেন, দারুণ পারফরমেন্স ছিল, তবে কোথায় গিয়ে আসলে মনে হলো যে একটু পিছিয়ে পড়েছেন?
থ্যাংক ইউ। প্রথমেই কংগ্রাচুলেশন চ্যাম্পিয়ন টিমকে। আমরা আমাদের সম্পূর্ণ শক্তি দিয়েই এগিয়ে যাচ্ছিলাম। প্রথম দিকে আমাদের টপ অর্ডার ব্যাটসম্যানগুলো একটু অল্প রানের ভিতরে আউট হয়ে যাওয়ার কারণে আমরা একটু চাপে পড়ে যাই। সেখান থেকে আমরা চাপটাকে মোকাবেলা করে মোটামুটি একটা ভালো পর্যায়ে গিয়েছিলাম এবং আমরা আশাবাদী ছিলাম যে ভালো করব। তো আমাদের বিপক্ষ টিম, ধন্যবাদ তাদেরকে, তারা অসাধারণ ব্যাটিং করেছে এবং তারা যথেষ্ট ভালো প্রফেশনাল মানে খেলার পরিচয় দিয়ে আর কি জয়ের লক্ষ্যে পৌঁছেছে। তো আমরা আশা করি গেমে তো হার জিত থাকবেই, তো নেক্সটে আমরা আরও ভালো খেলবো। আমাদের এবং আমাদের টিমমেট যারা ছিলেন সবাইকে থ্যাঙ্কস। সবাই মিলে আমরা একটা সুন্দর গেম খেলতে পেরেছি, এই জন্য আমি ম্যানেজমেন্ট কমিটি প্লাস আমার যারা ব্যাংক ম্যানেজমেন্ট কমিটি তাদেরকেও ধন্যবাদ দিতে চাই এরকম একটা পরিবেশে আমাদেরকে সুযোগ করে দেওয়ার জন্য। ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you very much. DHAKA Bank PLC, the runners-up of the tournament. Now it's time for the big award, to present the award for the championship. And the champions, All Stars. Can we have the representation, first of all, to collect the award from the All Stars? A very famous man. The champions of Brac Epl Stock Brokerage Ltd Corporate Amateur Cricket Tournament 25-26. All Stars.
Congratulations to the All-Stars team. And could you have a word with the captain as well? ক্যাপ্টেন একটু আপনার অনুভূতিটা জানতে চাইছি শুরুতে একটু আপনার অনুভূতিটা জানাবেন।
আলহামদুলিল্লাহ, সকল প্রশংসা আল্লাহর। আসলে আজকের অনুভূতি ভাষায় প্রকাশ করার মতো না। আমার টিম যেভাবে এই টুর্নামেন্টটা খেলেছে, আমরা ম্যাচ বাই ম্যাচ খেলার চেষ্টা করেছি। ফাইনাল ম্যাচে আমরা যেভাবে প্ল্যানিং করেছি, সেই প্ল্যানটা খুব সুন্দরভাবে আমার টিমমেটরা এক্সিকিউট করার চেষ্টা করেছে এবং এক্সিকিউট করেছে।
থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ, কংগ্রাচুলেশনস ওয়ান মোর টাইম, চ্যাম্পিয়ন হয়েছেন। এবারে উদযাপনের পালা। Time for the champions and runners-up to do their photo sessions, and with that we end our post-tournament presentation. Thank you everyone for being with us. Thank you to all the dignitaries who were there with us. And once again, congratulations to the champions of the tournament, the All-Stars. See you next time.